Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll call to order this meeting of Council of Monday, July the 14th, 2025. We're going to start the meeting. If I can invite you to stand for the playing of our national anthem. Was the true north, strong and free, and far and wide open, we stand on guard only. God is our land, for we are and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Thank you, everyone. It's nice to have a sing-along. This afternoon, Councillor Doherty will be reading our land acknowledgement. Thank you very much. For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabeg, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others who were families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all of the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation. Thank you. I'm looking for a motion to adopt the agenda, and the recommendation is that the content of the Council Committee of the Whole agenda for July 14, 2025 be adopted as amended. The amendment is item 15.2.3, addition of Appendix A to Staff Report IN 2025-05, Finley Drive traffic calming and cycling interim improvements. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Perry, seconded by Councillor, I think it was Doherty. Any comments? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. I would like to pull and move forward from the June 23rd, 25 Committee of the Whole minutes, Resolution 305-205, worded, and that Council pursue other potential locations for the Arts Centre, including outside of the downtown.
Thank you. Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. And I provided notice this morning to the clerk for other business 15.6, looking for a status of the back lane behind TD Bank and National Bank as far as conditions, current conditions. Thanks.
Would that be under, did you say 15.6?
So 15.6 other business.
Thank you.
Under the Committee of the Whole. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any others? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest today? Yes, Councillor McCulloch.
Thank you, Mayor. I continue to be in conflict with matters related to the Arts Centre and will recuse myself from those conversations.
Okay, thank you. Are there any others today? Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. In spite of our Integrity Commissioner's opinion that there isn't a need for a declaration, my opinion is that due to your concern raised to me and the current circumstances, it would be best to be open about my ability to participate in item 8.3.1.1, PRC 2025-04, which is the Art Center proposal next steps. I have recently further reviewed it with the Integrity Commissioner and reconfirmed my participation. As I stated earlier, there is no deemed interest under the current circumstances. This also includes that there is no conflict from the fact that my father-in-law and his father sold 48 St. Marie Street to the town for parking enhancements back in 1968. There is no written agreement to my knowledge at this time. As always, and per our policies, if anything changes in this regard, I will notify council first opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other conflicts of interest today? Seeing none, if you find yourself in that position as the meeting goes on, please let me know. The first community announcement today is from our youth mayor, Mita Chen, and I will be turning over my spot to her to keep things moving along today. So, Mita, would you like to come up now?
After an incredible journey so far as Collingwood's youth mayor, I've had the chance to reflect on what this experience has already taught me and how it's shaped the way I think about leadership and local government. When I first applied, I was curious. I would often hear people say the government was too slow or disconnected. Honestly, I had said those things myself, but I realized that I didn't actually know how our town works behind the scenes. I wanted to understand the real process, how decisions get made, how resources are allocated, and how leaders balance the needs of families, businesses, seniors, and youth. What I have discovered so far has gone far beyond my expectations. I've had the chance to attend a council meeting, meet with Mayor Hamlin and the councillors, tour town facilities, and taken part in a wide range of events that brings the community together, like flag raisings for National Accessibility Week and the 1909 Army Cadets anniversary, to a booth at the farmers market with the Climate Action Plan team and the Healing Forest Project. I joined the mayor's 26th Golf Challenge dinner and spoke with the town staff about the work they do. One of my biggest changes in how I think came early on. I went from asking, why don't they just do this, to why is this so complicated? That shift helped me understand the multiple overlapping considerations and people involved in every decision. Leadership isn't about quick fixes. It's about listening carefully, balancing priorities, and planning for the long term. What stood out to me the most is how much thought, care, and collaboration goes into every part of local government. I've seen how much work happens behind the scenes to make even the simplest things run smoothly. One thing I've realized is that youth perspectives are needed more than people think. We bring different ideas, different energy, and different concerns, and it's been inspiring to see how open the town is to hearing them. This role has challenged me to think more critically, ask better questions, and understand what leadership really means. I'm excited to continue learning, growing, and sharing what I have learned with other youth in our community. Thank you to everyone who supported me so far, and I look forward to what's still ahead. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Mita. It's been a pleasure having you as our youth mayor, and best of luck next year in your grade 9 at CCI. Okay, so Deputy Mayor, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And Amita, thank you. Very enjoyable time having you as the youth mayor, and quite impressive, to say the least. I have had a couple of items, but I had to add one this morning. It's actually a sad note. Don Wilcox, former editor of the Enterprise Bulletin, veteran, long-time Legion member and volunteer, has passed away in his 86th year. Over his 50th Collingwood years, Don was a voracious supporter of all Collingwood as a business person and volunteer in pretty much every event necessary. Collingwood has lost a patron with his passing. Something that was near and dear to his heart was our world-renowned Ben Gorham Highlanders, whose 25th anniversary performance is at the museum grounds on Tuesday, July 22nd at 7 p.m. It's a more formal show than the pop-up ones they are doing over the course of the summer rather than the amphitheater like last year. So thank you to the Ben Gorham for putting that on. The last one is since July's 2nd opening of the Old Village Pump Track, I have been by pretty much every day, and it is so fantastic to see how extremely busy it is. I was joined by Councillors Jeffrey, Doherty, Potts, Mains, and Perry to do the formal park opening. During my comments on behalf of Council, I spoke about how great it is to have this facility in operation and expressed appreciation to the Collingwood Off-Road Bike Association and all of those that had and now are further donating towards our future expansion plans. Both manually as members had been assisting park staff with such things as watering the grass to ensure it took root during the hot, humid days. But also financially, as there is the link on the town website now for donations that receive a tax receipt. So thanks so much. And further information on donating to the project can be found on the Engage webpage. And that is what I have, Marianne.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate Keep Collingwood Clean group. I know that the MPP has already saluted them through his social media page, but I think it's really incumbent and important for us to recognize their work in our community and to thank them. And why it's so impressive is that Keep Collingwood Clean is the all-time #1 recycler of cigarette butts in TerraCycle's unsmoked cigarette waste recycling program for Canada. And if you're curious at all what that would represent, or if you're trying to visualize it, they have recycled 3,731 pounds of cigarette waste with TerraCycle, amounting to approximately 3,731,000 cigarette butts. So for a little group of volunteers, this is pretty impressive. So monumental is how TerraCycle has described it. So my congratulations, and I do have a notice of motion under notice of motions in the agenda later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor. Fine achievement indeed. I have just one announcement, and that is to remind folks that the Collingwood Music Festival continues this week, offering a combination of professional and highly talented youth musicians. And if you haven't seen any of the concerts, please go online, collingwoodmusicfestival.ca, and purchase a ticket to see them before it's over on Friday. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. I have two announcements. The first one coming in from the Collingwood Clippers Swim Club. Just this weekend, Liam Patterson had another successful weekend at the Ontario Swimming Championships. Liam finished 11th in the 50 free. He finished the 100 fly in 3rd with a new club record and is qualified for the Edmonton Open. Liam also finished 6th in the 100 free, earning a new club record as well. So again, on behalf of council, congratulations to Liam, and exciting news for the Collingwood Clippers. And my second announcement, last Thursday, along with Deputy Mayor Fryer, Councillor Perry, and myself, we participated in the 3rd annual Oscars Place Golf Tournament. For anybody that is unfamiliar with Oscars Place, it's a rehabilitation and wellness center for children. So the tournament was quite successful, and it raised their goal was to raise $12,000, and they come out with a final number of just over $16,000. So what that does is allow families to apply for local grants to access camps through time to provide these services. So congratulations to Oscars Place. It was certainly a fun day and a good day to get out and to meet new people, and looking forward to next year. So that's my announcements. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. On June 25th at the John Saunders Centre, along with other council members, I had the pleasure of attending the 40th annual general meeting of Breaking Down Barriers. Breaking Down Barriers was celebrating 40 years of supporting individuals with diverse disabilities. Awards for achievement were presented to a number of worthy individuals, with the highlight being the presentation of the Breaking Down Barriers Lifetime Membership Award going to Mr. Jim Ironside. Also on the 25th, I attended the grand opening of the Georgian Bay Cancer Support Center at 185 Hume Street. Although this organization has been in the Collingwood area for a few years, they finally have a permanent home to offer their programs and supporting cancer patients and/or cancer survivors, along with their families and spouses. The Georgian Bay Cancer Support Center Cycle for Hope is scheduled to start from the Collingwood Curling Club on August 16th. The Cycle for Hope is in its 14th year overall and in the second year being hosted in Collingwood. This event raises crucial funds for the Georgian Bay Cancer Support Center programs and services in Collingwood and the surrounding communities. Please go on the Georgian Bay Cycle for Hope website to register, donate, and/or sponsor. Finally, I'd like to pass on a reminder that the Simcoe County Community Services is hosting 2 information centers regarding the Birch Street Affordable Housing Redevelopment Project tomorrow, Tuesday, July 15th. One being at 1 p.m. and the other being at 5 p.m. The location of these sessions is in the common room at 485 2nd Street, which is the county buildings that are on the end of 2nd and High. Anyways, that's my announcements.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. It is said that we study the past to explain the present and predict the future. And in that regard, all Collingwood residents and visitors are most welcome to attend our museum's a tour, a walking tour, free walking tours. Step into Collingwood's storied past and see how history continues to shape the town today through its vibrant public art. The free guided tours explore the deep connections between Collingwood's built heritage, industrial roots, and the creative works now found throughout its historic downtown. So this Thursday and Friday, July the 17th and the 18th, at 2 and 7 p.m., you can go on either one of these tours. The tour length is approximately 60 minutes or 2 kilometers, and no registration is required. You can go on the website and find out more details, but for those of you who want to learn more about Collingwood's storied past, this is the place to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Looking for volunteer hours. The library needs volunteers. Every other Wednesday from 4 to 5 p.m., you can drop by the library and earn volunteer hours. Help with arts and crafts, program prep, decorations for the department, etc. Have fun and meet new people. Visit Youth Services Area, 2nd floor, Wednesday, July 16th from 4 to 5 p.m. And on Thursday, July 24th, between 10:30 and 11 a.m., the whole family can enjoy listening to a story, singing songs, and playing. Developing early literacy skills with family creates a special bond and fosters a lifelong love of reading and learning. Suggested ages are from 6 months to 6 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCulloch.
Thank you, Mayor. A hazard of going last is that I've been beaten to the punch on my announcements. So nothing for today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll just say I'm not going to list anything except maybe just one thing because I've been thinking about it. But over the last week or so, I have attended, as many of you had, flag raisings, business celebrations. I've had conversations with mayors in our adjoining municipalities, our MPP, participated in a parade, shook the hand of our premier, exchanged pleasantries, and this is the one I want to mention. Attended the Rural Ontario Medical Program reception in town, and that's the one that brings young resident doctors into our community to work with our local medical people to finish their training. And lo and behold, this year we have 4 amazing young people, all wanting to specialize in family medicine. They're here in Collingwood for 2 years. I asked each of them, they've all found accommodation. They're renting all over the place here in nice places. And so that was really good news for our community and the surrounding community of South Georgian Bay. Okay. We have 5 deputations today. First of all, we're going to hear from Catherine Daw. She's going to give us an update on behalf of the Collingwood Climate Action Team on the Green Economy South Georgian Bay project. Hi, Catherine.
Hello. Nice to see you all. Thank you very much for the opportunity to do this deputation. I believe that there are slides, and I don't see a slide thing, so there. I'm just assuming you've got them somewhere. Next slide, please. So I'm just going to do a very brief update because you've had this in writing from me, but we started the project in June of 2024, and we've been busy working on it since then. And in March 2025, we made a decision to take a diversion. So I just wanted to quickly talk to you about the results from June 2024 to 25. As you can see, we've made a lot of connections. We set up an advisory committee. We launched cohort 1. We were expecting it to be 8 businesses, but it ended up being 3. And cohort 2 was not undertaken at this time. I really wanted to focus on the challenges and learnings because we really felt that we thought we knew what the business community needed, but we really realized that the challenge was that it takes a long time to connect with people. You need to talk to them several times before they're even going to get interested. And so we felt that we really hadn't got a strong enough hold on the business community needs. Also, the green economy formula was very challenging for us. It's really meant for probably larger communities than the South Georgian Bay region. This would have been their first rural oriented initiative to take on establishing a hub. And we felt that maybe it was time for us to step back because maybe it wasn't the right fit, as well as they were challenged in their strategic planning and were making some shifts that were probably recognizing some of the same things that we were. And in addition to that, we had a funding capacity issue with respect to raising funds for this project because it's a substantial undertaking. Next slide. So I just wanted to give you a quick update in terms of where we are with our financials. We've raised $42,000 to date. There is an outstanding $3,400 commitment. Our original budget for the project to take us to the end of 25 was $90,000, and that included a substantial fee to the Green Economy Canada organization. To date, we've spent $27,700, and that's including the cohort fee that we paid to Green Economy to continue to support those 3 businesses. And I'll be updating you on where we are with that later in the presentation. As I said, our funding was really challenging for a number of reasons, including that we have competing demands within the Collingwood Climate Action Team for other programs that we're trying to run. And we understood that this project was not going to be a one and done by the end of 2025. It still needs work post that. And the goal ultimately is to establish a program that can be self-sustaining. And that's not going to happen probably until 2027. So we need this year and next year to probably get that into place. Next slide. So many of you may know that I am a sailor. And one of the things I've really learned as a sailor is you cannot change the direction of the wind, but you can adjust your sails. So if you're still trying to achieve a destination, you're going to get there. It's just how long it's going to take you and where the wind blows and where you need to adjust yourself. And that's really why we stepped back in the spring and said that we really needed to think about what was going to be successful for this project to have some legs and really make an impact in the region. Next slide. So what we've done is we've reframed the program scope and we've adjusted it with a different time frame to take us out to February of 2026. It doesn't mean that we're not doing cohort 1. We still are, and they're on that journey right now, and they're willing to share their stories through case studies. So we do a regular check-in with them quarterly, and they are moving through their audits and the other program components that they're undertaking. I'll be doing another check-in with them in July or August, or later this month or in August. The other thing that we really wanted to do was spend more time building a network of businesses, not-for-profit organizations who really want to learn how to become more sustainable. And to that end, we decided that we really needed to do a survey of businesses and organizations to get a sense of what they want and where they are on their own sustainability journey. We also said that we needed to evaluate and research 3 existing sustainable green economy models. So we are going to be continuing to review the one that is the Green Economy Canada model, but we are looking at 2 others. One will be the one that's out of Kingston. It's called Sustainability Eco, and it was originally a hub of the Green Economy Canada. So we think that that would be an interesting one since they've already experienced being a hub, but then decided to go out on their own. And the other one is Sustainable Waterloo Region. one, and we are looking at 2 others, but we haven't finalized whether we'll go into depth with those as well. And it's really to assess the fit for our region. We know that it's not something we necessarily want to do, but we know that there's models out there, so why would we reinvent the wheel? And that's really what we're trying to do. In addition to that, we're going to be identifying and developing a eco-leadership certificate award program so that we can start to recognize businesses in the community and also to share more of the stories about what is actually going on in our region. Next slide. So I know this is a really busy slide, and I really just wanted more for your information. I'm going to really highlight a couple of pieces on here. One is that we did conduct our survey. We ran it in May and closed it off in the early part of June, and we've just completed the assessment and the report results. And I'm going to share some with you in a minute after this slide. And so we've really, we're really pleased with what we got. We got over 100 responses, which is about 12% return on the number of people that we reached out to. We had about a 50% open rate on the email that went out and the promotion of it. So we're very pleased with that because that's considerably high. For typically a survey result is more like 3 to 5%. So 12% is very good. And it represented a lot of the region. What we're working on now is issuing those results out to the business community. We're doing deputations like this. We're sharing it with the Chamber of Commerce and also with economic development organizations across the region. And we're using that to help us leverage what we're going to do in terms of building out events and workshops for the fall. We're also using it to help us to begin to assess the green economy models that we're going to look at. And as I said, we're going to develop this regional Eco Leader Award program of recognition. The Wasaga Beach Climate Action Team did one themselves, but it was a self-nominating. So we're going to look at that one and see what they learned from it. But certainly we want this to be a little bit more substantial and not just be a self-nomination. The rest you can see, and I will be back in the fall to give you an update on it, but we'll be working through the fall on those elements so that by the early part of 2026, we'll know where we're heading in terms of the model that we want to take, and we'll also host and celebrate the Cohort 1 program that they've gone through, which started in January. Next slide. So here's just a couple of things about our survey. So as I said, we had over 70% of respondents noted that they were somewhat or very familiar with the idea of sustainable business practices. The majority of respondents are currently taking some action by reducing waste and increasing their energy efficiency. So we saw that as very positive and obviously identified to us that there is a really willingness and an interest and a need in the area. 65% reported that money was the biggest motivator to make changes with reducing costs and funding, but they also said that it was also a challenge. And that was also the largest barrier to making changes is how do they get over those costs and then start to reap the benefits. Respondents varied in their support, but they were really keen in what they wanted, which was real life business examples, bite-sized information, and tools and checklists were the most popular. And we're going to leverage all of that from whatever resource we choose in terms of a model. All 6 municipalities in South Georgian Bay responded, which is really good. So we've got representation across the whole region, as well as a wide variety with over 10 sectors identifying where they're from. The majority of the businesses have 2 to 10 employees, and just over half of the respondents, interestingly, reported owning their business, their space where they run their business. So I thought that was also interesting because we had thought it would be the other way around. Next slide. So what? So why are we doing this? Well, first of all, we know that 23% of our climate pollution in Collingwood itself comes from business, industrial, and manufacturing. And that is from your own GHG emissions reports from 2019 that are being used for your corporate climate action plan and your community climate action plan. So that's a substantial amount when you think that 23% also comes from households. This regional program supports reducing emissions, operating costs, increased savings, and building a sustainable, resilient business community. And I think that's really what we need. We need this as much as we need to be working on all the other pieces with regard to the corporate work that's being done on your buildings and emissions from that perspective, as well as what we're doing for the community itself. So I think that if we're going to say so what, this is why we're doing it. What I'm asking for today is for you to consider meeting the commitment that was agreed to when I presented here in 2025 of the $5,000, which you asked me to put into the council grant, and I did. However, because we did not receive a substantial amount based on our request, we've canceled 2 programs, and we have another program that we're launching in the fall, Better Homes, Greener Futures, which also needed funding. So we chose to allocate the money that came from the council grant, and so we have only put $1,600 of that to the Green Economy project. So I'm here to ask you if you would consider committing an additional $3,400 to bring us up to $5,000. That then brings you in line with Town of Blue Mountain, who has donated $10,000, $5,000 for 2024 and $5,000 already for 2025, and are going to be putting it into their budget for 2026. My second ask is for you to commit in the 2026 budget to $5,000 for this program as part of the implementation of the town's Community Climate Action Plan. And I say that, and I've explained to you that what we're trying to do is we're trying to get this to a point where it can be a self-sustaining piece of work that goes on and is paid for in various ways. This isn't me coming back every 3 years or every year and asking for yet another $5,000. This is to get us up to a point where it can be run as part of how we work with businesses in terms of them becoming more sustainable and building ourselves a healthier and more resilient way of living in this South Georgian Bay. Thank you. I'll take questions.
I might just start with one, and thank you, Catherine. Your group is amazing for volunteers in our community. What you get done and what you're tackling, very impressive.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to start with that. My question was, of the $5,000 that was committed, as you say, in 2025, can you just remind us when that, the circumstances around the commitment?
I came in and did a deputation in the fall, and I asked at that time for $3,500. I asked you to match what the Town of Blue Mountain did for 2024, and actually you gave us $3,500. They had given us $5,000. I wasn't expecting them to give us $5,000, so that was a generous piece. And I asked for a commitment for 2025 of $5,000, and we had a discussion at that point, and then it was asked that I submit it as part of the council grant.
I see staff asked.
Yes, and there was a motion, I believe, or some statement made with respect to ensuring that there was $5,000 added to the council grant fund in order to cover this amount.
I see. Okay, thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And so with that request, I would be pleased to do a notice of motion at the end that we contribute to this good work of the $3,400, either from general reserves or wherever our esteemed treasurer can find it within our numbers. And then also the notice motion would include to refer the $5,000 request to the 2026 budget, with the understanding as explained today. And then Catherine, you may not be prepared, or maybe this is more our staff, but I was just wondering if you had a really brief update on the Community Efficiency Fund and the good work that's been done there.
I do. It is, I believe that the next steps are in discussion with the Clean Air Partnership. I think Nicole is probably better suited to give you an update on exactly where we are. There is, that program has been around for quite some time, so it's coming to end of life, and we're just hoping that we're going to be able to squeeze in with the funding that's still available. But I think that that again is a really important program that would help dovetail with our Better Homes, Greener Future program, because our goal is to go for low-hanging fruit with that program, and to do retrofits with neighborhoods that are coming to an end of age of their furnaces, and have them convert over to heat pumps, which are 350% efficient compared to a gas furnace, which is 98, and they are not gas. So there's no oil and fossil fuels being emitted when you're running those, and they are far more effective in covering both heating and cooling. So we're hoping that that efficiency fund will help support that work.
Thank you very much for that.
Thanks, Kathy.
Are you building on the county Birch Street on that? Are you going to ask about the building for Birch Street? I won't do it then.
So was that a notice of motion you were giving, or?
I am. Yeah, it'll be combined with both the 3,400 for this year from general reserves or wherever our treasurer finds, and then to refer the $5,000 request to the 2026 budget. I think outside of the grant process, probably.
And so that'll come back on the next agenda then, Clerk Almas?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, and thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. What I was going to say was thank you, Catherine, for the presentation, and echoing, I'm fully supportive of what Councillor Jeffrey's already said, but echoing the way your volunteers work so hard for our community, really, really appreciative. One particular thing that you do with the small non-quorum situations where you meet with council and you take the time to fully explain the situations to us, and that I find them very interesting and very helpful, and you do it in that format so we don't have to go through a lobbying registration. But if you recall at the session that I attended, we talked about the Birch Street apartments and the efficiencies and in particular about the heat pumps. Right. So are you planning or someone planning on attending tomorrow's information sessions?
Yes, there will be a delegation from our group to go to that.
Yeah,
I'm not sure whether they're going in the. I think Brian Vermander is going in the afternoon. I think, but some will probably go to the one at 5 o'clock as well.
Yeah, I think you'll.
And
be
I've been in
pleased.
communication with Rachel about that. So yes.
Yeah, I think you'll be very pleased with the information about the efficiency of the buildings. So,
okay. Thank you.
And always interested to hear your thoughts afterwards. If that is.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm very happy that Councillor Jeffrey provided notice of motion to make this request out of the 2025 budget, because if she didn't, I would have. But I also just wanted to say congratulations and appreciation for the incredibly hard work that a group of volunteers does to help advance our climate change mitigation strategy. And I truly believe that without the Collingwood Climate Action Team, we would not be where we are, nor would we have benefited from a number of grant programs outside of our municipality because of your hard work. So it's not all for naught.
Thank you very much, Deb. I appreciate that. And I appreciate all of the support that we have received from the council and from the staff. I think that really speaks to the fact that we've worked hard to develop a strong working relationship. I'm respectfully assertive, so it doesn't mean that I'm always agreeing with you, but I think the important thing is that we have enough of a relationship that we can have that kind of honest conversation. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
The next deputation is Chuck Austin.
Thank you. Please excuse the walking pole. I just had a knee replacement. So my name is Chuck Austin. I'm a CA, CPA, retired partner of EY. And I'm the guy who has returned from 40 years in the West. And while in Edmonton, I did the business plan for the Winspear Center. And also as president of the Edmonton Symphony, I was able, with a lot of cooperation, to eliminate a $1.2 million deficit. So in Edmonton, the Performing Arts Center has had an enormous economic impact on the town, and they're busily doing a plan to double its size. I know parking is a big issue, and since I was involved in Edmonton, the Winspear Center has put a Lexus parking lot under the center. Interesting idea. My son, Charles, who's lived in this area and currently lives in Halifax is one at Juneau, points out that there are no medium-sized venues in this area. He's good buddies with Halifax has two 600-seat facilities, and he's good buddies with the manager of the Spats Theater, and the manager would be willing to work with us, providing statistics and information. So with your permission, I'd like to work with the town staff to see if I can come up with a plan to place less of a burden on the town council for an art center.
Okay, well, thank you for coming forward. Are there any questions? No, but I'll say if this is to proceed, we will need a business plan, and we will be in touch.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor.
The next deputation is from Candace Broussard.
Good afternoon. My name is Cadence Broussard, and thank you for having me here to speak on the matter of the Collingwood Arts Center. So I've lived in Collingwood for 15 years. When I was 2 years old, my family moved here, and shortly after, I began exploring the arts, starting with piano, then classical guitar, and eventually the pipe organ, which has since become my main instrument. To say I love the arts is an understatement. I truly cannot imagine who I would be without them. Music has taught me how to build entire worlds without words, and how to invite others into those worlds through sound alone. My passion for arts is one of the most defining parts of my life. But there's one thing that I've struggled with, and I know many of my peers have as well, and that is a lack of connection. Here's the equation that's becoming harder and harder to balance, especially in a world that lives increasingly online. On one side, we have the arts, visual, musical, dramatic. They are a universal language, even if the audience and artists speak different languages. The audience can still feel what is being expressed through a gesture, a tone, and expression. Art, especially in live performance, is one of the most direct and powerful ways to communicate across barriers. But on the other side of the equation is disconnection. It's becoming more difficult to find places that share that communication, spaces where art can live, breathe, and be experienced as it is meant to be, in person and together. So what happens when artists have no audience? Quite simply, the arts fade. Without community support, without peers, mentors, and audiences, creating art becomes an isolating and unsustainable pursuit. Artists face loneliness, limited access to education or performance spaces, and often lose motivation. Now imagine a place that could address all of that. A hub where artists could grow, collaborate, and share their work. A space that welcomed every art form, of every age and every background. And that is what a Collingwood Arts and Culture Center would be. But before I go further, let me ask, why does it matter? Why do we need the arts? There are countless reasons, but two stand out the most to me personally. The first one is for creativity and innovation. These aren't just artistic qualities, they're life skills. When we teach creativity, we're preparing future generations to adapt, problem solve, and thrive in a world that is changing faster than ever. And number two is emotional expression. In a hyper-digital world that rewards filtered perfection, people, especially young people, are under immense pressure to present only the most polished versions of themselves, something perfect. The arts offer a vital outlet, a place where real, complex emotions can be safely expressed, shared, and seen. This kind of expression, authentic and perfect, and at its core deeply human, is exactly what we're losing in today's culture, and exactly what we need to reclaim. It is now more than ever crucial to give people a safe outlet for self-expression, to let them explore their own unique ways of expression, and for people to bear witness to it in a rational, respectful community setting. This exchange is one that will help to connect us on a deeper level than the facade of perfection that is becoming the accepted and expected norm. The norm that takes the nuance out of humanity and reduces us to flat, muted shades of what we could be, nondescript and inhuman. As a young artist, I can say that access is another major issue. When I first began to explore the organ, I went through a particularly hard time finding an instrument to practice on. Most organs are housed in institutions that are difficult for young artists to access. I wanted to learn, to grow, and to create, but I kept hitting walls. At times, I felt so discouraged, I considered giving up. But even at 11 years old, I knew that abandoning my art would be to silence a part of myself that I may never learn how to speak with again. That experience taught me a vital lesson. When people don't have access, they don't even have a chance. An arts and culture center in Collingwood could change that. It would mean that no young artist has to feel like their voice doesn't belong. It would mean that creativity isn't silenced before it can sing. And the impact of a center for the arts would reach far beyond artists. Consider the audience. The arts have an unrivaled power to bring people together. They put in the same room those who might otherwise have never crossed paths, people who may speak different languages and live wholly different lives, and the arts allow them to find common ground. Arts and culture aren't luxuries. They're essential parts of a healthy, thriving community. When we invest in the arts, we invest in our local economy, in tourism, in education, and in mental health. We invest in the stories we tell about who we are and what we value. A space like this doesn't just serve artists, it serves everyone. I'll conclude my time here by saying that connection is a core part of the human experience. As long as we have the arts to facilitate that connection, we will always have access to and be able to share our empathy, our creativity, and our authentic, unique voices. A Collingwood Arts and Culture Center would be a place where those voices, both young and old, present and future, could be heard, nurtured, and celebrated. I would like to state again how grateful I am for the opportunity to be able to speak with you today. I hope you'll help to open the doors of communication to existing artists and to give the future generations of artists in this area access to opportunities I never had. Thank you for your time and consideration of all the voices you heard today.
Thank you, Candace. The next deputation is Chelsea Coulter.
Okay. All right, good afternoon, Mayor Hamlin, Deputy Mayor Fryer, councillors, CAO Skinner, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Chelsea Coulter. I was born and raised in Collingwood and still live here today as a proud homeowner since 2014. I've had a lifelong passion for the arts, and I now sit on 2 board of directors for Gaslight Community Theatre and also Theatre Collingwood. As a university student, I was able to work for Theatre Collingwood through a summer student grant from the town of Collingwood in 2010 to 2012. Working backstage, had a props where I continued to explore my passion for the arts. I have performed in both community and professional theatre in Collingwood and South Georgian Bay. And primarily during the summer months, I perform regularly with my band Golden Hour. I coached competitive cheerleading in Collingwood, primarily on the creative side of dance choreography at Cheer Corps for 10 years, and was proudly one of the coaches who stood in this very room being inducted into the Collingwood Sports Hall of Fame in 2014. Between coaching, dancing, and discovering high school drama at Our Lady of the Bay, where I attended high school, I became hooked on the arts and knew my calling in life was to pursue and share it in my future. I've turned my passion into my career, and now I proudly teach theatre at the high school level, and I'm looking forward to teaching some of the Theatre Collingwood's drama summer camps. And I actually just came this weekend from being the artist liaison at Four Winds Music Fest. So as you can see, it's my whole life. When I was young, there was no dance studio locally. And so in 1994, my dad, Patrick Coulter, helped set up one in Collingwood and became the first landlord to Fleetwood Dance Centre for many years, which is a thriving business now for over 30 years. I took dance classes regularly at Fleetwood for my entire childhood, and I have fond memories building my creative craft. I loved it and continued taking lessons for many years, and I still today take dance locally. Every spring, my parents would put us in the car and we'd make the trek to Barrie for my annual dance recital, a chance to show our parents, siblings, and friends that we'd practiced and learned all year long. It's always been my favorite part, performing, sharing for a live audience. After many years of making the drive, I finally asked my dad, why don't we have a proper theater in Collingwood for me to go to? Why do we have to drive to Barrie or to Meaford all the time? He told me that Collingwood was working on it and I shouldn't have to worry because he was confident that an arts center was right around the corner for me. Well, fast forward 30 years, and now my young daughter here, age 4, is now taking dance classes. And in February of 2025, it was time for her first recital, where we drove in the winter all the way to Meaford. Tickets were $40 even for my 5-year-old son. So we spent close to $300 for my family, drove an hour to Meaford and back, and we enjoyed lunch in Meaford, bought flowers locally downtown, had ice cream treat afterwards, all in another town. Doesn't this seem silly to you? For the town of Collingwood, with such a rich arts community, to have nowhere large enough and affordable enough for our local youth to perform and showcase their family and friends. This isn't an either-or situation. We need both an arts center and a MRF. And I recognize and support both causes and believe that we can have both. Funding for these two projects will come from different sources, and the town's contribution will result in getting us a $50 million asset that will pay proven dividends to our town for generations to come. With the announcement last week of John Saunders Centre closing as of August 1st, it puts even more pressure on existing performance centres. How much more pressure can we put on this before we break? Before our arts community completely collapses and goes elsewhere? And we continue supporting other towns with our performances and showcases. How much longer can we continue to push performances to other towns or outside or on porches, in churches, then maximizing the use of our little black box theater, Simcoe Street Theater, as the only affordable town-funded venue? I'm a born and raised product of the arts in the local community, and I'll continue to advocate for it through and through so that our youth, our local artists, and our cultural identity has a place where creativity will live and thrive. So please, don't let this opportunity pass. We've come too far to stop now. Our youth, our future, our community deserves a place to connect and share and call home, as you just heard over there. So thank you. On behalf of the countless arts organizations who call this town home, and thank you on behalf of our youth, my daughter, her future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our last deputation is from Tom Vincent and Richard Lemoyne.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, Deputy Mayor Fryer, and members of council. Sonia Skinner, Chief Administrative Officer, and the other members of staff. I'm going to go first. Tom's going to follow up. We've rehearsed this. She'll stand at the 10 minutes. Clearly, we're speaking on behalf of the Collingwood Arts and Entertainment Group. I stand here before you, excuse me, just slightly over 6 years from when we met with then Mayor Saunderson, and 5.5 years since the council approved the feasibility study with Nordicity and subsequently the next phase with Colliers. Our request remains the same. Free up enough money from the legacy fund that has been earmarked for the arts to allow the hiring of a project manager and a fundraiser. At this stage, we do not see any reason to allocate the up to $5 million that was proposed by the staff. We've also said from the outset that unless we can raise sufficient funds locally and or we can't get the two upper levels of government to contribute, this project would not go ahead. As you're well aware, this is the third time this town has considered building an arts center. The two previous attempts have failed, and we don't want to see a third failure. Frankly, if we stop this project now, it'll be hard to convince anybody to take up the torch and try for a fourth time. Case has been involved in this for a long time and is committed to the long term. Let us help the town guide this process without any additional taxpayer dollars. We urge you to not let this project die. Delaying until future examinations of parking, capital requirements, long-term downtown planning, long-term financial planning, or whatever else might come up in the future means this project is now dead. If you're uncomfortable with the motion that was before the Committee of the Whole, then scale back the dollar amount to $500,000 from the Legacy Fund. As you're all well aware, we conducted a petition over the past 10 days, which was covered in the press, and the public has had the opportunity to participate. I circulated the preliminary results to Council last Friday. Since then, we received another 364 responses. The percentage in favor has remained extremely strong at over 84%. We have always said this isn't a question of an arts center or a multi-use recreation facility. While the local portion of the costs will come from both the town and local donations and amounts from the upper levels of government. However, those upper levels of government will be totally different for an arts center and a rec center. Different ministries, different people making the decisions. But an arts center will not, we're also confident that we, the town, and not the people standing here, but the town can raise the majority of the required local funds through donations. An arts center will not only be used for professional performances, but as we've just heard, will also be a place for our youth to showcase their talents. We've been in contact with many local organizations to provide opportunities for young people to participate in the arts. We've not yet heard back from all of them, but at this point it is clear that over 1,000 youth per year are in some way involved in the local artistic community groups. Compare this to the 600 boys and girls who play hockey in highly subsidized arenas. Not every child is good at or wants to participate in organized sports. Many are drawn toward the arts, and quite frankly, we have no place for them to demonstrate their skills. Our youth are going to neighboring communities to put on their performances. There have been many comments recently that the planned closure of the Saunders Centre is proof that the community cannot support a large venue. The operator of that facility has been quite clear that having only 200 seats has made it uneconomically viable. It supports our position that the facility has to be large to be financially viable. It is not that the local community will not support the arts. If we fail to act and provide some hope to the 50+ art groups in Collingwood, we're at risk of losing many of them. Once lost, they will be very hard to replace. Now is the time to act. Over 1,600 people have signed the petition and almost 1,400 in favor. And of that 1,400, over 1,000 are residents of Collingwood. We don't need the $5 million that staff has proposed at this point, only enough for us to determine if there is support in the community so that this arts center is less of a financial burden to the town. Thank you for your time, and I'll turn it over to my colleague, Tom Vincent.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity, for the deputation we're giving. First of all, I'd like to comment on a few of the critical letters that have been circulated recently in the Collingwood social media news, and I'm sure we've all read them. Many of these letters made several recommendations on the location of our proposed arts center, financing the arts center, planning the arts center. These recent letters presented a very narrow and incomplete picture of the arts center plan. And I ask you, where were all these people 6 years ago when we were talking about this? And now they come out at the last minute and complain about everything. As Kevin Lloyd, who is a counselor here in this room a few years ago, said about the Arts Center project referring to the town. Very simply, let's get out of the way and let the experts lead us in this project. Let's get out of the way and let the experts lead us. What do we stand to lose if we do not proceed with the next steps towards building an arts and culture center? The opportunity to attract younger demographics to Collingwood and the region, those involved in the arts, we're going to lose them. We lose the opportunity to provide our young people with space and programs to develop their creative talents in this area and in the future. This is a disservice to the thousands of young people in our community who are involved in the arts. We will lose Theatre Collingwood. Let that sink in. We will lose Theatre Collingwood. An organization that's been in our town for 40 years will leave this town. By the way, Theatre Collingwood has 8,000 online supporters. Theatre Collingwood has been approached already to move to 3 other municipalities. Think about that. Because of what you decided the last time to defer this, 3 municipalities contacted Theatre Collingwood and basically have said, hey, you need a place, you need a home, come to us. We will lose the Collingwood Music Festival, an opportunity to be the leader of arts in our region after all the work that Daniel has completed and his team, and they've invested in the past 4 years. Think of all the international music connections that Daniel has created in our community to provide us with world-class musical stage, and he has no home. So do we just want to let that evaporate? Do we just want to let that evaporate? The Collingwood Music Festival, through its Youth Academy, fosters the development of our youth in music in our region. This will be gone. The Collingwood Music Festival will move within the next 2 years. Without an art center, we will also lose the opportunity to bring in $3 to $6 million in economic benefit to the BIA and other retailers here in Collingwood. So let's reflect on the 5 years that the town and the community has invested to bring this project to stage. Think of the $340,000 we've spent on feasibility studies that have finalized positive recommendations for our art center. Think of all the other communities near Collingwood, Midland, Parry Sound, Meaford, and now Wasaga building a 300-seat theater. All these little, cities have great venues for the arts and culture. And as the speakers we've had before today, we have nothing. Think of the needs of our Collingwood community 10 years from now, when we are some 40,000 residents. You're not thinking about what we've done, what we can do now. What is going to happen to our community? It's going to change, and we need this for our future. And arts and culture are just as important as recreation facilities, and the Arts Center will have financial contributions to the overall project creation. The town needs to provide leadership for the community and the region to move the Arts Center proposal approval process along, which has been supported by thousands of voters and residents in the area, as you've just heard. Lastly, it has been brought to our attention earlier on, obviously, Deputy Mayor, that you've mentioned about you're not recusing yourself. Having said that, I think there should be some discussion within.
Yes. I don't know. Yeah.
I've made my declaration.
Yeah.
And shouldn't be called out about it.
Were you going to address some comment on the Deputy Mayor's conflict or lack of conflict?
No. What I was going to ask is that I didn't understand, Mr. McCulloch has recused himself.
Okay, so that's not for you to mention in a deputation.
Oh.
And that's up to the Deputy Mayor's conversations with the Integrity Commissioner.
Okay.
Which he's mentioned he's had.
I just think there should be more discussion about it. But thank you very much for your time. I think you know how important that this art center is to our community. The people that have spoken earlier on today have given tremendous views. I certainly couldn't speak as eloquently as the 2 young ladies before us, but you know what's riding in our community, and I believe what you have to do, and hopefully you'll take the right stance. And I really think that delaying it for another study or delaying it for an economic study in benefit and delaying it for a parking study is not the thing to do. If we just took the money out of the Arts and Culture Fund, hired the manager, hired a project manager and someone to raise the funding, and we will definitely help them, and we will show you that we can make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. The next item on the agenda is council minutes, and the recommendation before us is that the minutes of the Council Committee of the Whole meeting held June 23rd, 2025, excluding Committee of the Whole recommendations, and Council meeting held July 7, 2025, be approved as presented. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Bain, seconded by Councillor McCulloch. Any comments? Yes.
Just to say also with the removal of that one item that's been moved to the Arts Center.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Is there any business arising from the previous minutes? See none. Approval of the Committee of the Whole recommendations. So the recommendation is that the Committee of the Whole recommendations contained within the June 23rd, 2025 council minutes be hereby approved as presented. There's 4 items. Updated comprehensive parking bylaw, noise control bylaw amendment, request for additional funds for fire apparatus purchase, and reports and minutes of other committees and boards. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Potts, seconded by Deputy Mayor Fryer. Comments? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. The next item is the Arts Center proposal, next steps. So there were, this motion at the Committee of the Whole was divided into 3. So I'm going to deal with the first and third. Oh, yes, sorry. Yes, Councillor McCulloch, you are going to excuse yourself.
I will. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Oh, excuse me. So the clerk has mentioned if you'd like to do the parking one before you depart, because that's one of the ones I'm going to do before we get into the meat of the issue.
Thank you. That would be appreciated.
All right. So the parking one that did pass unanimously at the Committee of the Whole meeting was this, that the council direct a downtown parking study be completed in 2026 and provide reasonable parking options with preliminary costing in support of the strategic plan and downtown visions and in alignment with community growth principles set out in the official plan. Could I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Deputy Mayor Fryer, seconded by Councillor Doherty. Any comments? Yes, Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. I'm not sure if you mentioned it earlier, but when you say 2026 and just in this copy of the agenda, 2025. So
yes, that's a typo, but I'll just ask the clerk to confirm that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Correct. Thank you. The study, pending council's support, is expected to start this year, but be completed by 2026.
Okay, thank you. Did we vote? Not yet. Wait, McCulloch. We didn't vote yet. We were just having a little discussion. You're so eager to leave. Okay, all those in favor of parking study? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And the first part of that motion was to receive the report. That was unanimous. So it's as follows, that staff report PRC 2025-04 Arts Center proposal, next steps be received. Could I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Councillor Jeffrey, seconded by Councillor Ring. Comments? All those in favor? And that would be unanimous. Thank you. Okay, and then the recommendation of the middle part is this as follows, that council refer the Arts Center project costs as calculated by Collier's business leaders for processing through the long-term strategic financial plan model when available, and defer further decisions regarding next steps until completion of the long-term strategic financial plan modeling and determination of the parking costs to facilitate an arts center in the downtown and anticipated high-level cost of a multi-use recreation facility. Is there a mover and a seconder for that? Councillor Jeffrey and Councillor Ring. Comments? Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to propose an amendment to this motion that will address, will continue to support the motion in principle, but hopefully will address some of the concerns that have been expressed by members of council and the public. The first, of course, is the potential cost to undertake a complete investigation and determination of next steps for the Arts Center project. So I will read it as follows, that staff report PRC 2025-04 Arts Center proposal next steps be received, and that the town allocate up to $500,000 from the Arts Center Reserve Fund to hire a project manager.
Do you have something you want to say, Deputy Mayor? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. To hire a project manager, fundraiser, and relevant admin person if necessary to do three things. First, to initiate a business plan for the build of the center. Secondly, to prepare a governance plan for the center. And three, to prepare and lead a fundraising plan. Once hired, the fundraiser will be tasked to raise $5 million in pledges over a 6-month period. Once the $5 million target has been reached.
Can I have silence, please?
Council will direct staff to advance the project to a state of grant readiness, including A, to allocate funds to complete the next steps to get to tender readiness for the selected project delivery methodology for the center. Upon completion of the design and/or contract documents, finalize the project build budget, and then ensure parking is available before any further advancement of the project to accommodate the users of the center and replace parking spaces being lost at 48 St. Marie. And finally, that the town will create an experienced advisory committee, including, for example, architect, engineer, member of the local arts community, business person, etc., to monitor and advise on the above.
Do you have that in a form we could look at by any chance?
I did send that to the clerk. Clerk, that was the first motion.
I won't be putting it on the floor until we deal with the motion on the table. So we wouldn't put that up because there's already a motion on the floor. So
okay.
Decide on this.
I see. Right.
So
Thank you.
It's defeated and there's a seconder, then sure.
Okay. So what we're going to do is vote on the motion I read in at the beginning that was approved at the council before, committee of the whole before.
It's a specific amendment because that's a whole motion.
Yeah, what the clerk's explaining, it's in her view, it's not enough of an amendment to the existing motion. It's a whole new motion, so that we should deal with the one that's on the floor first. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so is there discussion to be had here? Yes, Councillor Jeffrey.
I'll go first. So first, I want to thank, there's been a lot of people who have had input with respect to this matter. And I think one of the deputants referred to the number of ideas. And I'm going to be very clear that from the very outset, for me, a downtown location in a parking lot is a non-starter. And that continues to be the case for me. I think the people who pay taxes here want to be able to park in their downtown and support the businesses. The businesses downtown want to have the parking available for their patrons. And while I understand there's an economic spin-off and I wouldn't disagree with anything that any deputant said today going forward, but there's so many other priorities that we have to put in place. It would be a shame to go ahead and just build a performing arts center, but have to have porta potties lined up the side because we don't have sewage water treatment. No, I'm saying those. Mayor Hamlin.
Yes? Oh, can we have silence, please?
Yeah, Mayor Hamlin, as a point of order, if I'm really hoping that you would be able to chair this meeting as a mayor should and to avoid that. So it's the kind of things that we do in at FCM when we're advocating with the government. All of our infrastructure, we say that if we don't have water, if we don't have sewer capacity, and we know we have that coming up, and it's estimated to be 300 to 400 million in those, and we don't have a partner in that one. At least we had a partner in the water treatment plant. So those are the kinds of priorities that we have to go through. And unfortunately, someone said to me, you have to be able to put a positive on this. Well, the positive is that it wasn't no, it was that we have to put it in the mix with everything else we have to do. And the unfortunate part that long-term strategic planning has kind of a negative connotation. This modeling is, I believe, the treasurer will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's going to be available for us in the fall in terms of the modeling. I see her nodding her head, so that's correct. So the long-term part is if we make the decision today or this September, how it impacts us going forward. And so it's not that the decision is being pushed out long-term. What we want to look at is the long-term impact of making that decision this year. Affordability has always been for me concern. I said it from the outset. We did support a 1% increase for capital. However, it came in extremely over budget, couldn't meet that 1%. But the report also came back with a potential of 4 to 5% increase for our residents for operating and subsidy. Now, we subsidize everything we do. So am I opposed to subsidizing arts? Absolutely not. But at that rate, if you are a family, a young family, or a senior on fixed income, and council asks you to pay potentially up to a 3% inflationary, a 5% in perpetuity going forward for the arts center, and if our policing goes up, not included in that 3%, those are the things that we have to think about around this table. Would we, I think we'd all love to have it. We just need to know that we are being financially accountable to all of our citizens when we take on something that is going to take as much, potentially as much money as what it costs for our share in the water treatment plant. So I think the next steps, I think we're reasonable. We're saying give us some time to make sure within the priorities and the big ticket items we have for the very basic things that we are charged with delivering, that and all of our other things are going to have to go through this metric, whether it's a multi-use facility, no matter what it is, those decisions are going to have to go through that financial modeling so that we understand the impact of our decisions today on people for many time to come. So I have appreciated most of the input that I've received, and I hear you, but I think for those reasons, location, parking, affordability, and making sure we can afford all of our priorities are important. So that's what I'll be basing my votes on today. And, you know, I think Councillor Doherty said at a conference recently, it was hard to sit in front of NIMBY people and vote for affordable housing. This isn't an easy task to sit in front of you and say, this is the process I need to do for everyone in Collingwood. It's not an easy thing to do. It'd be really easy just to sit here and say, yes, I'm going to give you exactly what you want right now. But that's not how I run the finances at my house. And I'm certainly not going to run the finances of the town of Collingwood and all of the taxpayers in that format either. So with respect, those are my points. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I wanted to begin my comments. I'll refer back to our long-term financial plan. It's not quite complete, but as Councillor Doherty has established, it's going to be shortly. As many know, my position 2.5 years ago was that there should be a finance subcommittee of council. When I requested support on this, I stated that the first priority would be for the long-term financial plan to be completed in time to consider the key projects, such as the Arts Centre, MRF, Harbour Terminals revitalization, and new hospital, as it was critically needed to assist with our decision-making. Although there was some support, there was not a majority, and I had to try to compromise and get it into budget, but that took 2 years. I won't speak for those that supported the Finance Committee, but will say that it would very likely be that the long-term financial plan would be done by now. Also, I'll add that since my position has always been it needs to be used in considering about key projects, it won't change just because the attempt to have it done before was defeated. Next, similar to last meeting's discussion, I want to refer to latest surveys and public input and emails or letters to local media. Not going to get into statistical accuracy review or the input contents because I don't see any purpose in that at this point in time. What I'll say, though, is clearly this is an issue that many take different positions on. This makes it difficult when council members perform their duty to make decisions in the best interest of Collingwood's long-term future. In the end, one may not agree, but I think all would agree that we should always be respectful once decisions are made. With the absence of the Finance Committee and our long-term financial plan, I have relied heavily on when the annual financial statements are provided and have relied on the plan to have them today before asking some questions about debt levels and conformance to policy. As it turns out, the statements are not part of this agenda. Their absence actually leads me to consider deferment until we have them, but since I continue to support the Committee of the Whole decision, I don't see a need. The one other point about financial consideration I want to make is that it needs to be kept in mind that councillors are aware of confidential details that can't be shared until the appropriate time. I'm keeping those in mind as part of my deciding factors and as has been pointed out to us by members of the public in regards to projects such as the terminals, the comprehensive financial plan is missing. Confidential detail can get into a long-term financial plan in many cases without breaking confidentiality agreements. General inclusions of revenue and costs are included. The municipal accommodation tax is a new revenue source that will be public info and is another reason why I support the motion we have passed. Since the long-term financial plan is expected shortly, it should give us at least 6 months of actual data on the MAT. Also, the governing body may be established by then, and their input could be very helpful to make sure any further steps maximize our benefits. It will be a charitable donation realm, and I had asked the treasurer some questions about the way that we're doing the donations through the park situation. To me, there's a whole realm about charitable donations in this particular matter that really needs to be studied closely to maximize the benefits. In closing, it is understood that this could be a $67 million asset, but that is why asset management planning needs to be considered, because it says on page 30 of the facility that the facility is expected to be a 30-year life cycle. That is why I'm concerned with the 30-year debt amortization. There is no period for reserve accumulation without other taxing. We all want a Collingwood theatre, and it appears the region does too, which warrants its own discussion. All of this emphasizes, in my opinion, the need to support the motion as previously passed at the Committee of the Whole, and I too appreciate the opportunity to share my reasons for supporting it as is. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. Again, so I'll be a little bit more brief. So I support this motion. Last meeting, I talked about location and the reasons why. I talked about parking and the reasons why, and I talked about risk. And the couple points that I would like to make on this is we've received quite a bit of correspondence over the past few weeks. We've received some correspondence from members of the public who are here today that have, over time pushed to be financially, I guess the word is, looking at I guess, responsible, or financially responsible. So in this case here, I look at, this is exactly the decision that I was making, was to make sure for the entire community that I was financially responsible. So I struggle to see where that can be an argument. And I also look at the fact of, and I'll end it with this, is we received an email that I was one of 4 councillors that is turning the town dark. And what I will say is, given the fact that if we're going to put a tax impact on the everyday resident of this community, and we want to push people to the financial burden, that will put this community darker a lot faster than this decision is here. So I continue to stand on the point of supporting this motion, to getting to a strategic financial plan, and supporting the fact of right now with location, I have to stand and support our local businesses that are in the downtown area that are hanging on by every thread. So for that, those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I will not be in support of this motion, particularly because I think it essentially kicks it down the field, if you will. Instead, and by the way, I appreciate my fellow councillor's position. Thank you for your forthrightness, even in what you consider to be opposition to your position, but you're being quite honest and providing your rationale, and I think that's admirable and appropriate. I do not share that. I think this is actually that the amendment or proposed motion that Councillor Doherty may bring in this regard, I think, is a perfect compromise in the sense that it would produce for us, I think, collectively for the town, a sort of a go, no-go scenario, upwards of a $500,000 investment to say, do you, the arts community and the philanthropic community, have you been able to produce the kind of numbers that we would need to go ahead? If you do, great, we go to the next stage as far as all the other appropriate avenues to raise funds. If you don't, well, then if it wouldn't be on council, if you will. It is collectively, as a community, we just couldn't come up at this point and do it. And I think that's healthier for all of us than what this does, I think, which is just, in my opinion, perpetuates frustration.
Oh, yes, Councillor.
No disrespect, Councillor Bain. We cut off a presenter out here during deputation because he wasn't on topic what we were talking about, and Councillor Doherty had tried to make this amendment. It was determined that it's actually a motion. We're discussing motion that hasn't been voted for yet, and you're trying to explain the rationale for what Councillor Doherty's trying to put through. I don't. I think we're. Are we doing this
I hear what you're.
Let's vote on this, and then we can have a discussion on the next motion. Is that?
Yeah, I think that what we're doing, and I know that Councillor Baines knows we're voting on this motion. He is wading into why he doesn't support this motion because he prefers something else. And I think it's fair for him to say why he prefers something else. But anyway, go ahead.
Councillor Ring's point.
Would you like to continue, Councillor Baines?
No, I think I've expressed it, other than I will not be in support of this motion as it currently states.
Thank you. Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. This did get approved at Committee of the Whole, and apparently at that time, I guess we didn't have enough information. But I'm still going to support the motion. Obviously, I seconded it. I seconded it at Committee of the Whole, and I seconded it today. And my reasons haven't changed. I don't have to repeat what's been said because I've got exactly the same reasons. Location's always been one of the biggest issues with me. Why we insist on having it in a downtown parking lot is and not even consider something else is beyond me. But that's the opinion of and the people that laugh and do that. We were quiet when they were speaking. But anyways,
yeah, please,
no,
please,
don't worry about it. I'm getting used to it when they're here. Anyways, I'd just like to say location is a bad.
Please, if you're going to talk, please go out into the hall. Thank you.
The location has always been bad. We keep saying, well, we'll replace the parking lot. And I tried to explain to the committee of the whole that we don't need to replace the parking lot. We need that parking lot plus additional parking lots. We had a private citizen that went out on his own there the other day, and I don't know whether you saw it on social media, took some pictures just on a Wednesday afternoon at 3:00 in the afternoon, nothing really going on. And he went to every municipal downtown parking lot, and he went down St. Marie Street and Pine Street. There was not a parking spot to be had on a day that's just a regular business day. So we need more parking. We don't need to replace what's there. I think we've got to have a better financial plan in place before we start committing to the money to do this. And I don't know why people are saying that we're turning the Arts and Entertainment Center down. I don't think anywhere in any of the motion it says that we're not going to consider it. It's just priorities. Somebody did mention something about priorities. I'm going back to results of the statistically insignificant community survey that was held in 2024. It was done by the town, and they give 6 options on prioritizing what the town should be doing first. And unfortunately, the Arts and Entertainment Center was 4th out of 6. So obviously, if you want to go by statistics, we can. And I think about as much as that as I do the survey that's currently out there now. But I mean, if you want to use statistics, obviously it's not everybody in Collingwood wants the Arts and Entertainment Center. I think we all want it. It's do we need it at this time?
Okay, please don't say anything. Thank you.
No, it's quite all right. I'm getting used to it. Anyways, I'm gonna still say that we have wants and we have needs. Right now, I think that we need things before that, and I'm not going to get into the list of them because when you mention anything else, then they think it's this versus that, and it's never been the case. Thing is the location to me is a big part of it, and being fiscally financial responsible is another. We've had speakers here today that are speaking for it, and actually the speakers were all very good, and I enjoyed listening to what they had to say. But I know earlier, and when we first got on council, phase 1 was done by the previous council. Phase 2 was brought to us, and the preferred location on phase 2 was 48 St. Marie Street. And this council turned it down, and some of it came on recommendations by the very people here today who are saying it's the best spot to have it, because I can remember being told by one of the speakers that you can't put anything in there because it's in a floodplain, but now it's okay. So I mean, I don't know. It's hard to explain, but anyways, I just don't like the location. I think the motion speaks for itself, and I'm endorsing this motion that's on the floor.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I will address my fellow councillors and just to say to you, thank you for your honest comments. And I deeply respect you as members of this council. I don't always agree with you, but I certainly do respect you. And I do admonish anyone in our community who has been personally critical of members of council who were not in support of this, the original motion. That said, I do not support this motion. I was in support of the original motion, and I hope to bring forward an even better motion. But the reason why I was in support of this motion is because an arts center and the arts community are deeply entrenched. And we recognize the arts in this community to the degree that they have become a pillar of our community-based strategic plan. And there's no question, based on the passion and the enthusiasm in this room, that we do have the support of the community to advance toward arts facility. That said, this was never a decision to go or no go. It was a decision to advance the project, to tighten the budget, to create a business plan, and certainly a call to action to our community to put their money where their mouths are, essentially, and come forward with pledges to support this project. It was never intended to be entirely on the backs of the taxpayer. The issue with regard to parking is also part of the motion. It is, in my opinion, I would, the question of parking and the subsumement of parking in this location will be addressed before any final decision is made on this facility. I just want to say two things. Councillor Baines talked about if we support the motion in front of us, then we are in effect kicking the project down the road. I have been in this community since 1988. The notion of an arts center in this community, in fact, we've been kicking the can for 40 years, or almost 40 years. Secondly, I want to respond to the notion that our parking lots are always full to the max. I had the opportunity to ride around downtown Collingwood on July 1st at 7 o'clock. If we had an arts facility, there's no question in my mind there would have been a significant function at the kickoff to the summer on Canada Day celebration. Every parking lot in the downtown core, private and public, was essentially empty. My point is the parking lot use will most likely be heaviest at times when our other commercial operations in the downtown are closed. Our retail stores are closed for the most part at 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening. Anyway, I've got on too long, but we do have an opportunity here to be bold, to be optimistic, but also to be responsible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doherty. Well, I guess I'll speak then. Oh, yes.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, for allowing me just one comment. I don't see how waiting till the long-term financial plan comes in the early fall is kicking it down the road. So I just wanted to make that point because I'm very much eager to see progression, but I need to see financial.
Yes, I think we heard you say that. Thank you. Look, we've all talked to a lot of people. I certainly have spoken to a lot of people over the past few weeks, and I have heard the issues that some of the councillors have raised here today. These are valid issues, but I think we can address all of them, and I'll just touch on a few. Parking. We can't have an arts center on a downtown parking lot. Because as soon as, like, it's almost like if you conceive an arts center on that parking lot, it means the parking's gone. And that's not the case. The resolutions and all the discussions at this council table have been around the concept of replacing any parking that's needed before construction would begin. Nobody wants any of our businesses to not have enough parking for their patrons. And I just have to say, it really is, to me, a misstating of what we have talked about here to suggest that if we move this project forward to the next step, we are somehow taking away parking in our downtown. Any construction could not begin on an arts center unless we have parking for that arts center and to replace the parking that would be lost on that parking lot. What about the fact that it's being proposed downtown? You know, it wasn't that long ago that we were doing, and I'm saying within the year, a downtown visioning study. What should our downtown look like? What kind of priorities should we have for our downtown? It's pretty great, but could it be better? And we actually paused our discussion and our voting on this arts center to see what the results of that downtown visioning study. And council got and the consultants did extensive discussions with our community. They had open houses. You know, they had public sessions where they showed everything they were thinking about, and the council accepted that report. I think it was in December, only 6 months ago. Looks like this. Okay, what does it say? It says a few things that are helpful to those who might be considering an arts center for the downtown. It says that the downtown should be activated in the evening and throughout the year. Okay, because right now we don't, and suggests that this would include cultural performances, shopping, and dining. It suggests that those kind of things contribute to the economic vitality of local businesses and enhance the success overall of downtown. It also talks about pedestrian connections to the waterfront and shows what's happening this summer, in fact, which is a plaza to the west side of the Harbor House condominium at St. Marie and Huron Street. That's being built this summer, and what they're showing in the downtown plan is a pedestrian crossing across Huron Street, pardon me, to on the south side of Huron at St. Marie. And if the Arts Center was downtown on the St. Marie, pedestrians could then take advantage of this connection between our waterfront and our Arts Center and our creative Simcoe Street area, which is also mentioned in our downtown master plan. And what the downtown master plan says about the creative Simcoe Street, where this arts center, if put in that location, what it says about that is this. Now, let me find it. I even highlighted it, but do you think I can find it? There it is. Within the downtown creative Simcoe Street is an arts and entertainment district offering unique experience, including 30 independent and artistic businesses, such as an artist studio, a theater, a dance studio, an art supply store, an art school, an arts foundation, fine crafts and gifts, several galleries, and independent restaurants. In addition, a range of outdoor programming is provided at Tremont Square. And it goes on to say this should be strengthened and upgraded. It also speaks to a public investment in the downtown to provide a focus. And it talks about the need to take that four corners in the creative Simcoe Street area, which is Simcoe Street and St. Marie, and make it better. It noted that we have the library there. We have a brewery there. We have our Simcoe Street Theater there, and that the remaining corner needs attention to make the downtown the best it can be. Lo and behold, although this site isn't right at the corner, it's almost at the corner, and that's what this plan calls for. So I know there, you know, it's doing an infill project, whether it's one house or an arts center. If there's neighbors, we're going to hear complaints. And I totally accept that as mayor, that we are going to have to deal with this unless we find a green field where there's nobody around and no economic benefit to be had to neighboring businesses. Yes, we could probably find a site at great expense to do that. But here's a site that's free to us, that we could make use of, that supports what we should be doing in our downtown. I know that the finances. Let's just talk about that for a minute. Is there anybody who in this whole town wants to be financially irresponsible? No. Is there anyone on council who wants to be financially irresponsible? No. In fact, the Municipal Act tells us that's one of our main jobs. Okay. So I know it'd be nice, maybe, if you think we need a financial committee, as the deputy mayor does. I don't happen to share that view, but that's, you know, that would be, you know, his thought on that. But what's before us is moving this along, not writing a check to build the Arts Center. We are so far from writing a check to build the Arts Center. We're going to need partners. We're going to need donors. We need the federal and provincial government. We need private donors to step up. We have so much work to do. Since 2019, when our now MPP, Brian Saunderson, was mayor, we've had 5 detailed consultant reports done. 5. And we've had 4 detailed staff reports, right? This has been looked at. We have been moved. We couldn't move any slower if we wanted to. And we are not asking today to sign a check to build an arts center. We are asking, please let us move ahead for those who might take advantage of the arts center, who thinks this is an advantage to our youth today and in the future, to move it ahead. I will be looking forward to hearing Councillor Doherty's motion, because it is extremely modest in its proposal for financial commitment. Basically, a third of what's in the reserve fund, which is our savings account that we set aside for this very purpose, to see if we can raise enough private funds that the town's component would be very tiny, in fact. So I am not worried about a massive tax increase. I haven't, we don't even know how much we're going to raise yet. To talk about a massive tax increase that, we're all going to have. Who wants a tax increase? Not me. Anyone here? No. So to hear 2%, 5%, 8%, like that is numbers made up out of the air. There is no, and
point of order.
Yes.
Mayor Hamlin, it was stated in the consultant's report. It was estimated in that report. Nobody sucked that out of the air.
Well, if we proceed, but that's not what's before us today, to proceed on that. We don't have the financial numbers yet. And in fact, on the operating costs alone, if we raise funds for a fund to help support the operating of this, we don't even know what our operating costs would be. So anyway, that's my passionate thoughts on the matter. Yes, do you have a point of order?
No, I just want to state for the clerk if I could ask for a recorded vote when we vote.
Of course.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So we're, sorry. Oh, I request to speak first. Sorry, my apologies. Well, the debate was going on. I appreciate that Councillor Doherty did provide an email to me this afternoon, albeit after 1 o'clock, so I hadn't had a chance to actually look at it. And there had been discussion regarding it with staff. It was identified as an amendment. It's not an amendment. It starts with receiving the report. It goes through the whole process. But there's components of that, what you had presented, that could be considered amendments. And I just want to put that out there before this is decided, if there's any components of this to the councillor, that if she did want to put forward amendments, there could be components that we could identify that would go together with this motion. And so I'll just put that out there before we call for the vote in case the councillor wishes to do an amendment.
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And my concern with that is I was not aware of any of this, and it's very detailed. And what stands out to me, I'm trying to understand, is it from the delegation? Is that where the figures are coming from because they match or not? So I do believe we should be voting on the committee of the whole matter as it's on the table. That's my position on it, and proceed after that based on the results of the vote.
Okay, thank you for that view, but I think she was asking Councillor Doherty what she wanted to do. Thank you. Another point of privilege? Go ahead.
No, a point of information.
Okay.
I think really the only difference, I think, in terms of what Councillor Doherty is doing and what we're proposing is that to get to the financial modeling, we're going to do it for free. We're not going to spend $500,000 out of that legacy right now to get to that point. So we have that money for later. So I'm really failing to understand.
You know what? I don't know why we're debating this, but her motion does not deal with the $500,000 doing a financial plan. Okay, what do you think, Councillor Doherty? The question's to you.
Frankly, I think that there are too many variations from the motion in front of us to try to MacGyver some amendments into that text. So I think it would be prudent to vote on this as written, and then I will put forward my alternate.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I wanted to make sure that that was clear, that there is an ability. So thank you for the comments. A recorded vote has been requested by Councillor Potts. So I will request all those in support of the motion that is on the floor, raise your yes cards. Thank you. That is 4. And all those opposed, please raise your hands or your no cards. And that is 4. The motion is defeated.
Thank you. Okay, so Councillor Doherty, I think now would be the time if you'd like to put your motion forward.
Thank you. I supplied this in writing to the clerk after I consulted with staff.
Late this morning. So
let's just wait till the clerk gets this up so we can have a look. I think the best would be if you could read this in again so we can read along with you.
Thank you. So the motion. Can we have
silence, please?
The motion would read that staff report PRC 2025-04 Arts Center proposal next steps be received. And that 1, the town allocate up to $500,000 from the Arts Center Reserve Fund to hire a project manager, fundraiser, and relevant admin person if necessary to A, initiate a business plan for the build of the center, prepare a governance plan for the center, and and prepare and lead a fundraising plan. Secondly, once hired, the fundraiser will be tasked to raise $5 million in pledges over a 6-month period. Once the $5 million target has been reached, Council will direct staff to advance the project to a state of grant readiness, including to allocate funds to complete the next steps to get to tender readiness for the selected project delivery methodology, that is to say, the final architectural design for the center. And upon completion of the design and/or contract documents, finalize a project build budget. 3, ensure parking is available before any further advancement of the project to accommodate the users of the center and replace parking spaces being lost at 48 St. Marie. And finally, the town will create an experienced advisory committee, including and examples, architect, engineer, arts community member, etc., to monitor and advise on the above.
Thank you. Do you want to speak first or last?
Thank you. I will speak last, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Seconder, sorry.
Oh, yes, we need a seconder, please. Councillor Perry, thank you. Councillor Potts, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. Certainly appreciate the efforts and the motion here from Councillor Doherty. It's unfortunate that I hadn't had a whole ton of time to review this in its entirety. But again, I will not support this simply based on one of my factors of it identifying the location of 48 St. Marie Street is in that location. So, I'm comfortable with a lot of this, but when we identify the location as 48 St. Marie, I will not support it. Thanks.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Again, my first question through you to Councillor Doherty. Is this based on the presentation we received in 6.5 where the same suggestion was made about the $500,000 from the reserve fund? Is this recognizing that request or?
Yes.
So wouldn't this be a notice of motion then?
I don't think we need to do a motion when we're in the middle of discussing an item and are voting on it. But thanks for your thoughts.
Okay, I will continue then just for the same reasons that Councillor Potts has put. I'm not supportive of 48 St. Marie Street and I won't be supporting this.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to it? Councillor Ring. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. I won't be supporting this for obvious reasons. And from what I previously said, one is the location. 2 is for 3 weeks now, we've been getting emails and about how we've wasted $340,000. And now we're saying, let's throw another 500,000 in there and that's okay. I mean, I'm having a hard time. So I just don't see spending the money. This if we're going to go ahead with it, yeah, let's spend the money. We haven't even determined whether, and you said yourself, we haven't approved anything. So I mean, if we're getting chastised for studies that started prior to this council, then I'm going to have a hard time approving this motion when we're going to allocate $500,000 more dollars. Thank you.
I think if I can just speak to that last point, Councillor Ring, I think the money that's been spent, I don't think the intent, as I read the correspondence, was that the money had been wasted that had been spent, but that if we didn't take further steps on this. Why have we spent any money and spent any time? And I think it was more of an encouragement to keep going as opposed to, why did you spend this money? But that was what I took from the correspondence. Yeah, go ahead.
Just maybe a follow-up if I could then, and then apparently you didn't get the same emails and stuff I was getting because we were being accused of not being courageous, wasting money, whatever. So, I mean, if you didn't get them, I'm sorry, but I know I got them.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Councillor Baines, go ahead.
This has been a useful discussion. I'm wearing my mediator's hat here because we now have 3 councillors, as I understand it, who've identified that 48 St. Marie is an inappropriate site in their opinions. And it's been useful, at least for that, from a negotiating point of view, to say, perhaps the alternative is, all right, then can you propose, and this is the problem, we go around the cycle again. Where would it be? Because that brings up a whole nother bunch of considerations, if you will. But at least we're getting closer. I'm just wondering under the circumstance whether it's worthy deferring this for a discussion, because it would seem to me otherwise it dies. And I wouldn't want that to happen. And I just say to all my colleagues, if there's some way out of this, and I say this in mediations all the time, that the best deal is the deal neither party likes, but they're prepared to live with. And at the rate I'm seeing it now, with such hardened edges, if you will, we need another frank discussion about where this could be and under what circumstances. So I'm cautious about proceeding with Councillor Doherty's motion at this point, because I think we might end up with the same vote. And that doesn't help the process at all, I think, which concerns me. I see that Councillor Jeffrey is going to say something, so I defer to her. Thank you.
Well, I just wanted to also say before Councillor Jeffrey comments that, you know, we've had 2 sets of consultants look at the location, and it's been to our council a number of times now. And as I mentioned, we had our downtown master plan even look at the concept. So I haven't heard any other locations. We don't have it. The town has had lots of property, but has sold all of it over the years. So we are mainly left with our downtown parking lots. So I haven't heard any other locations, and to throw this back into Never Never Land is certainly a possibility for location. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So yes, location is a big problem. I think this would have been a perfect motion after we had the financial modeling. That would have been, you know, and I think if you wanted to defer, the location is still a problem for me. I won't vote for the parking lot location. But had we put it into the financial modeling, saw that it fit within our priorities and our financial health going forward, this would have been a great approach following that. But I think this is cart before the horse. And it is a travesty because, you know, I think maybe the group should have been thinking about it, knowing what Councillor Baines has referred to as hardened lines. But I think it's just commitment and different perspectives, but that it will be lost on this vote unless my ideal would be to defer it after the financial modeling.
Thank you. You know, the financial modeling is an interesting concept, and why I like the motion that Councillor Doherty's put on the table. Yes, I saw your card. Why I like the motion that Councillor Doherty put on the table is it doesn't commit the town to do anything except use a portion of the savings that's been set aside for the Arts Centre to have a look at whether there's sufficient interest in the community by way of pledging funds that we know that we can move forward with substantial funding behind us before we do anything else. It's really a nod to, can we raise some money? And I think that we don't need financial modeling to do that. You know, we have lots of things we want to do. You know, we all would like a multi-use recplex. I know that from talking to everyone. I would like one. Our community would like one. We can do both of these things because we're not going to be out there by ourselves doing these things. If we go ahead with a recreation complex, there's various partners that are going to come to the table. We're not going to be writing checks for lots of money, or we're not going to be doing it. Same with an arts center. We're not doing it by ourselves. We have a community of people who've indicated they can't wait to get out there and raise money, and to the point where they have suggested that 6 months, I know from talking to them, they feel that we could get pledges for $5 million in only 6 months. So to have a long-term financial modeling to see if we can raise some funds before we take a next step, you know, yeah, sure, it's nice to have, but I have also observed over the years as this community has struggled 3 times to get a recreation complex and 3 times to get an arts complex, there is always a reason we can't do it now. And the second last time the recplex failed, it's because it was contemplated for a piece of land on 10th. That the town owned 100 acres, and at the last minute, council changed its mind and thought, no, it's got to be downtown. I mean, we can argue forever about location of things, and, you know, there's always a reason. But what I like about Councillor Doherty's motion, it allows us to recognize we need help to move these things forward. We need the community to say it's going to be on board with us. It allows the parking to be advanced to the point where we know we'll have an option in front of us for the parking before we do anything else. So those are my thoughts. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify something, Mayor Hamlin. The property on the 10th line was donated by the Rogers family. I know because I went and solicited it, and I wouldn't want them to be slighted because they offered it, but we gave it back to, we gave all the federal, provincial, and the land back to people.
No, I think this is the one thing I heard. I have heard so many stories about the $8 million we had from the federal government to build the recplex that we had to send back because we were no longer ready to go because we decided it shouldn't be out, it should be downtown. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Mayor Hamlin. Okay, I'm not going to. I'm just going to elaborate because Councillor Baines talked about 48 being the one sticky point, but for me, something that stood out immediately as well, and I just didn't elaborate because I already was saying I wasn't going to support, is within the, I think it's page 67 of the report, the consultant's report, it talks about fundraising and governance. And it says that the governance needs to be established to determine the best way to proceed internally and externally. So that's a recommendation by the consultant. And this is foregoing that. And that's another case of where something being proposed by the consultant is not being followed, and that seems to be okay. The difficulty I have, and I talked about this, we're talking about a significant charitable donation process. And I'm very concerned that a misstep could cause difficulty in garnering donations because it may get into some sort of footfall with the regulations about charities. Municipality can issue charitable donations. I understand that. So can charitable organizations. So it appears to me like the consultant's saying you need to figure out your governance before you start to decide how you're internally or externally going to take this forward. So that's another reason, Councillor Baines, why I'm not supportive of the motion as it reads. And as I said,
can I just interrupt something? Because I think
Mayor Hamlin,
you missed something on the, if I can just
Sorry.
You can finish. Go ahead.
As I'm just giving you my point of view, that it talks, and when it talks about internal, external, it's about people who are going to be working on the project manager, fundraiser, and that's what's written in the report. So I'm just quoting the report. But the other thing I would say is that I am troubled by the fact that I've got this detailed motion in front of me that apparently is prepared based on a delegation we heard just probably an hour ago. And that brings concern to my mind, and therefore I'm not supportive. I'd be supportive of a deferment, and maybe in 2 weeks we can figure it out, but not at this point in time.
Yeah, sorry. What I wanted to mention to you, Deputy Mayor, is the motion that's before you in paragraph 1, where the town allocates about a third of the money from the reserve fund. It's to hire the project manager and fundraiser to A, initiate a business plan, and B, prepare a governance plan for the center, and C, prepare and lead a fundraising plan. Because I think it is considered pretty important to have a governance plan in place before we go too much further on this. So I just wanted to clarify that for you. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And the report reads the governance should be in place before you start to hire people, in my opinion. That's what I'm saying.
Well, but I think what the contemplation here is that the project manager and fundraiser would do that plan, governance plan. Someone's got to do it. So I think, so, you know, unless it just drops out of the sky,
Yeah,
I think that's what this is contemplating, that, you know, this is what's going to be done. But anyway, you have your own view of what it reads.
And you're entering the debate. So
well, I just wanted to clarify in
points.
case you
I made my points. I don't need you to clarify things for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. No comments. No comments, please. Okay. Anyone else before Councillor Doherty wraps it up? Okay, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you very much, Mayor. So I will speak to the first part of the motion, and that is regarding the $500,000 commitment from the Arts Center Reserve. That reserve was created for precisely this kind of work. And it's taking our plan for the realization of an arts center to the next level beyond what staff can do. Not that they can't do it, but then, you know, they have other competing priorities. Just to answer again, the Deputy Mayor, this is to create a business plan. This is to create a governance plan. And this is to create a fundraising plan. Secondly, there is we're asking, the second part of the motion is to solicit from the community pledges, and we will target $5 million to be pledged over a 6-month period. And we'll clarify that there is a difference between a pledge and a donation. So this is just asking the community to signal their support. No one is asking them to get out their checkbook just yet. The next important item is that we will ensure that parking is available before any further advancement of the project. There will be parking spaces taken, but the intention is that they will be replaced and then additional parking according to the needs of the downtown core. I get a little frustrated, frankly, when I hear this discussion about not agreeing with the recommended location. All of the locations, and there were 6, were reviewed exhaustively in the first and second phases of this project. This has been done. This is the recommended. It fits with all of the criteria that council and staff and the consultants determined were appropriate as we moved forward from the examination of location. Finally, I believe that this motion allows us to conservatively move forward and signal to our community our support for a arts center while offering a number of off-ramps through these activities, so that if any of these factors fail to appear, that we will not move forward with the project, or at least not move forward with it as envisioned. So there is no real risk. There's certainly no risk to the taxpayer to take this to the next level. I'm desperately trying to find some common ground with members of council who have concerns. In my view, this is how we find it. We use the money in a reserve fund that was created for precisely this purpose, and we endeavor to answer the call from our community to create an arts center, a significant economic driver for our downtown and for our community.
Yes.
In the interest of attempting to find common ground, could I ask any of my colleagues, would their vote change if the location was not specified? I.e., I hate to say it because we're going around, and I agree with 48 St. Mary in circles again, but if any could support this if the location was to be determined as it is in Councillor Doherty's motion.
I think the problem that I see is that in speaking to people who might be interested in donating, they need a bit of a commitment from council as to location, and because they need to know the communities behind it. They're not going to put money into something if, like, why even spend the time talking about it? You know, and how are we ever going to find a location? I'm, you know, 8 people are going to find a location. Like, we've had consultants looking at this out the yin yang. Pardon my language. Councillor Ring.
It was asked earlier, just through you to Clerk Olmos. Is this a notice of motion that we should be asking to waive to deal with right now? Because this doesn't sound like anything close to what the motion that was on the floor is.
Through your worship, to address the question, there is a lot of new information in this. We have typically allowed it if it's regarding the same topic, but the council does have a decision if they wish to defer to the next meeting to allow further consideration of these components or potential amendments that you'd like to consider moving forward. That is an option that this council has.
If I may follow up, because I think the way it's going to go is here, and Councillor Bain's concerns is it's going to be lost if we don't. So the location is one of the biggest reasons for me, but it's not the only reason, and I've said it more than once. I mean, it's prioritizing, and I think the motion we just turned down would address my concerns, and they don't seem to address them in this one. So I just
Well, I think we can deal, sure, we can add something about the financial plan if that's your worry, but how we're going to deal with, the location is always an out. Like, how do we deal with the location? Where's it going to go? We don't have other land.
If I may answer that, we had asked staff in May direction to come back with a report on the Leisure Time Center. And in all due respect to them, I've never seen a report. They just give us the same thing that they said it in phase one to the previous council, why it wasn't a good location. We knew that in our discussion when we made the motion to ask for direction to look at the Leisure Time Center. If I might have missed the report, but I've never seen the reasons why it can't work there. We know it's going to be a bit of a hardship. We're going to hear the infrastructure, but I also know that, and I think we said at the time, there's buildings being built all over the world that have issues building over top of infrastructure, and they seem to be able to work them out. So I'm just wondering, you say we don't have another location. We don't have another location that we seem to want to even consider.
Well, I think I hear what you're saying. I think I remember reading that in the last staff report. Director Cubitt, is this something you might want to refresh our memories on?
Sure. Thank you. Through you, Mayor Hamlin. In the report delivered by Colliers, there was an amended section that did do another assessment of the Leisure Time Club. It reviewed the information that was shared to date and asked of our staff to provide any updates to that information, resulting in the same outcome, that it was not recommended. Anything more fulsome would have required more additional funds. I'll look to CAO Skinner to add to that.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you to Councillor Ring. The infrastructure in this particular site is particularly significant, more so than is on most sites. There's 2 oval culverts there, both over 2 meters in size, as well as the full set of water that we send to New Tecumseh. So that's roughly equivalent to all the water that's used by Collingwood, just under that amount. So it's quite a big pipe. And staff asked Colliers to also look at some of the other things that council had asked for related to the potential Leisure Time Center site, which was look at the park beside it, and could we perhaps shoehorn in the building, roughly the size that had been put forward. If we just move the building maybe just off the infrastructure, and there wasn't quite enough space there. So you are right that with enough money, potentially a building could be built above that infrastructure, or the infrastructure could be relocated. But it did seem cost prohibitive. As well, there would be the need to ensure a location for the Leisure Time Center to continue their operations in the interim during the construction period, and then also after the construction period to have a place to come, whether it's incorporated within that new building or at another location in town. So at that point, the Colliers' recommendation was to stop looking at that site, because that work could be priced. We did think that it was potentially prohibitive, but I just wanted to make sure that we had all the facts there, and there was a bit of an amended portion buried within the report on those factors. Thank you.
Clerk Thomas?
My apologies, through your worship, to Councillor Ring's inquiry. I've done some further review of the procedural bylaw, and I think the significance of this change would make it a notice of motion today.
What section is that you're looking at?
So under the motion section at 4.13, together with a notice of motion under 4.19. we allow amendments to motions, but since the original motion has been dealt with, this is a new independent motion. As the chair, you can, it is up to you to make the final ruling.
And where's the, I just read the 413. What was the other one?
The following one is 414.
Oh, yeah.
Amendments. And then 419.
I just have to say, this isn't making sense to me because whenever we have a matter that's before council, if council wants to change the direction, we'd have to wait for 2 weeks and have notices. I'm just not, this isn't sitting with me. Yes, Councillor Jeffrey.
Mayor Hamlin, I think oftentimes, at least from my recollection, that's when we have 1, 2, or 3 options and we pick one option. And then when that one's defeated, you can move on to the next option, but we can't move on to the next options. But it's not, not really sure in terms of recollection of bringing in something substantially new.
Oh, I think we've done it lots of times. And, you know, the reason we have 3 options is because they're in a staff report. Well, why don't we just take a 10-minute break and I'll have a read. Did you want to talk first, Councillor Doherty?
Thank you. If I can just, if I may, move beyond the procedural bylaw. What we're trying to do today is identify a way forward. That's what we're trying to do. Yes, it doesn't sound like the motion that we just defeated, but the principle is the same.
Deputy Mayor.
This is a very detailed motion, and I think it's incumbent upon somebody who's going to put it on as a councillor to make sure council has enough time to consider it in depth. So that's why I said right from the beginning, I thought this was a notice of motion, and I would be definitely prepared to look at it further and deal with it in 2 weeks. But that's not my doing. It's just because it's come from what the delegation has been put forward.
It hasn't come from the delegation, so thank you.
Councillor Doherty said yes, so.
I don't think she did.
I agree with the recess because there's some more information that we can take on.
Okay. The clerk almost has suggested recess is a good idea because she has even more information. So we'll just take 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back in our seats, ready to go here. In light of the discussion about that perhaps the changes proposed by Councillor Doherty should be considered a notice of motion, Councillor Doherty has taken the time with the clerk to reframe her suggestions to make it in line with what the rules would require. So I'll just turn it over to Councillor Doherty.
Thank you very much, Mayor. My original amendment, which the clerk has determined is actually a notice of motion, was based on this staff recommendation that is within the report that we received today. So I will attempt to reframe my intention from the staff recommendation in the amended report, and it is as follows. Whereas Council wishes to continue moving the Arts Centre proposal forward while awaiting further guidance from the long-term strategic financial plan, parking study, and high-level MRF costing, therefore be it resolved that Council support advancing with a sole focus on fundraising, including a commitment of $420,000 to enable staff to procure the following: a project manager at $220,000 for project-specific expertise and oversight for 2 years, an infrastructure advisor at $50,000 to support the establishment of a governance structure, and a fundraising consultant at $150,000 to design and lead a pledge-based fundraising campaign.
Thank you. And perhaps we'll just ask the clerk to identify, if you could, what page of the staff report that's before us today that's taken from.
Certainly. Thank you, Your Worship. It is identified in the staff report. It's almost cut and paste verbatim on page 2 out of 37.
Thank you. Would there be a seconder for this? Councillor Perry, thank you. Comments? Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. Looking for confirmation of two pieces in this motion, that just to ensure. The first one is, so in this motion, there would be a 0% at any time tax impact to the taxpayer. And the second one is that does this still address the location of 48 St. Marie Street?
Councillor Doherty, do you want to answer that, or do you want staff to have a?
Thank you. Actually, if I could ask that the director who drafted this recommendation within the report just speak to her intent.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Hamlin. My intention was to not reconsider location, as I was building this off of the committee of the whole recommendation that at which that was defeated. And I will also confirm that the intention for this amount of funding would be to come from the reserve, so having 0 tax rate impact. Thank you.
And through you, Mayor Hamlin, so one, there would be 0 tax impact, but we're still talking about the same location, if I'm correct.
Again, through you.
Yes, go ahead.
That was my intention as staff drafting this prior to today's conversation. I don't know if CAO Skinner might want to add something to that.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
No, nothing to add outside of council's direction on those pieces on the location.
Thank you.
So given that, my understanding is we're still talking about 48 St. Marie Street. So that being said, I will not support this motion. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on this? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I guess through you, if I may, to Director Graham, and this is kind of an out of the blue question, and I haven't had any chance to ask you. Any of these, from a charitable donation standpoint, when we receive funds, can they be put towards only capital, or does it allow for operating costs? And I guess the second part of the question would be, do any of these qualify for that?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Through you to the Deputy Mayor. Yes, charitable donations can be used towards operating costs. These are all to fund, it looks like staffing, which my recommendation would be to come from the Arts and Legacy Reserve Fund and not from the donations. As of December 31st, the reserve fund was I just wrote it down, just over $1,324,000 for the balance. Thank you.
So there is an impact on taxes, whether you consider a tax rate change or it's being generated from taxes. So that's the way I'm looking at it. And as being clarified, and I talked about this, if the governance structure is put in place, they were going to determine the best mechanisms to hire and internal and external. And I would think with keeping in mind the best way to maximize on charitable donations.
Can I just ask the treasurer to just clarify your answer? If the 420,000 that's referred to here came out of the Arts Legacy Reserve Fund, would there be an impact on taxes for those costs?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. No, there wouldn't. Just for context, the money that is sitting in the Arts and Legacy Reserve Fund was the legacy that Council put forth from the sale of the hydro. It didn't come from taxes raised.
Thank you. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
I'll just clarify a position I've taken through the course of the last 2.5 years. I understand that that's what was done from a motion standpoint, but we all know the cost of the judicial inquiry came from operating expenses, which caused impact on our asset management plan fund. So I look at them as coming from tax dollars. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to elaborate any more than that.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So question, so I think there's been a shift in this project. When it was first presented, it was presented to us like it was going to be 15 million from the feds, 15 million from the province, 15 million from fundraising by Case or whoever was doing that presentation. And the town would only need to put in 5 million. But at that point, it was never discussed that it was a municipally owned infrastructure. Now, all of a sudden, it is a municipally owned infrastructure with the municipality assuming all the risk net of what we're able to fundraise. But in my mind, does the arts community not have a process within which they, and I think the mayor kind of spoke to maybe what they see as the stumbling block, but I've heard that they have donors right now on board for 1 million, maybe more. Why can't they fund their own fundraising? So I'm just a little confused about why that seed money can't be used to prove to the community how much they can fundraise. I'll tell you why I ask this is because I've had other organizations say to me, well, you never hired us a fundraiser or a project manager or whatever. Why this particular group? And the explanation I get is because now it's a municipal municipally owned, which was never anticipated in the very beginning when we did the first vote on the feasibility study. So anyway, I'm just wondering what the limitation is to the fundraising. If it's not the town, can it be someone else or some other entity?
Yeah, so I would say that the group case is a group of residents. They're not organized in any fashion as a nonprofit or a charity. They don't have a board. They don't have a bank account. They would be like a repairs group who might like another soccer field or, number of hockey teams that would like a new arena, and they come to council and they say, we could really use some arenas here. Can you guys, do something? It's that kind of an arrangement. So we wouldn't look to our, sporting community to start raising funds and build an arena. And I heard you just say that you had always thought it would be owned by someone else. And I never had that thought, except that I did think at the end of the day, this is only my own view, I don't know, this would be a council decision, that this would be run by some entity separate from council, and it would be a nonprofit charity. It would be, Arts Center, Charity Inc., or whatever. Whether the property would be conveyed to them or not, I don't know. Like, that's a big question. Like, would we want that asset? Knowing that it's going to need a new roof in 30 years. That's a decision we'd have to make. But I don't think we can look to groups of residents who think there's a need that we should be fulfilling in our community to get organized to the point where they're the charity. Because I think, do we say that to our MRF supporters? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So when I envision the notion of a fundraising consultant for this project, I see this as not only seeking support in the community, which I think in the view of this council is mandatory. We need to see some sort of a pledge before we really move forward. But that consultant can also be pursuing other fundraising avenues like naming rights, like grants, over and above what staff might be looking for themselves. In addition, I could see as this project evolves that that same talent could be applied to the development of our multi-use recreation facility. So this is not a wasted position in my view. It serves its purpose today, but it could be advanced for other applications as we move along, as the years go by.
Yeah, go ahead.
Amendment, Mayor Hammond?
Yeah, go ahead.
That this not be, I'm trying to make it, and the clerk will have to clarify that I'm doing it by this. Thank you. Is that council pursue other potential locations for the Arts Center, including outside of the downtown.
Can I ask you to consider a potential addition to that?
Sure.
Which would, I feel like we have to have a time limit on this. Because as I indicate, so let's say this is approved, we hire a fundraising person over the next 3 months. They have to know what we have to have some kind of location for fundraising. So can we put a time frame around this?
Well, I'm sure we can. It's problematic in that I can't guarantee the effort put forth to find it.
What do you see happening?
I would lose. I would lose. My amendment, I maybe need to make it conditional on identifying another location outside of the downtown. In that case, then, and put a timeline on it, because then everything else, because I can't have half of it going through when I disagree with the location. I'm not setting I don't want to set myself up for failure here and letting down all the people that I know that do not want it in a parking lot, because it's been a lot. So I would look to the clerk for the wording that I'm not losing. When I'm voting for this, I'm in no way we're voting for a parking lot.
Yes, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. I would just respond to Councillor Jeffrey that my intention in reverting to the staff recommendation out of this report was in support of the recommended location. So if your intention with the amendment is to say no, not 48 St. Marie, must be somewhere else, I can't support that. We've been through that.
That's fine. I don't
Already
have a seconder for the amendment. The clerk told me I could bring it forward. I've done so, but I can just vote no against it as it is, and we'll carry on and wait for our time to go by where we can reconsider.
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
I was seconding the
amendment.
Yeah, and then I would request if I could speak. Thank you very much. The issue I have continues to be, and from what I understand, and please, Director Graham, correct me if I'm wrong, the $420,000 is something that would be eligible to be the use of charitable donations. Therefore, in the spirit of compromise, and I'd love to try to figure out a way to get by the issues I have, could we consider this a 50-50 split coming from fundraising and 50 coming from the reserve? Obviously, the reserve would be used to fund it, but it would be recoverable when the donations were there.
Well, I think this would be up, if I can just add before the treasurer responds. I think individuals fundraising, or who are donating, will likely want their funds to go to a specific purpose. And I guess we can say we want to raise for A, B, and C, but the people I've spoken to so far are interested in contributing to the capital of building, not to the study for which we have funds already. Councillor Doherty, did you want to add something to this?
Thank you. My immediate reaction to the Deputy Mayor's suggestion is that I could support that. It is in the scheme of things, it is not a significant amount of money that would be directed from the capital back to the reserve, the arts reserve. So it would be 210,000 out of a $10 to $15 million target that would go back to the Arts Center Reserve. I could live with that. I think our donors could live with that if we're very clear. And in the meantime, it would allow us to, agree upon this way forward and support it. So I could support that as an amendment.
Okay. Do you have a seconder? We can only do one at a time. Yeah, I know. But you're changing yours? Okay, so hold that because we have to continue first with Councillor Jeffrey. Okay.
All right. Because I'm really concerned about this whole location. If Councillor Doherty isn't in favor of it, I have to vote with or without the Deputy Mayor's suggestion. I still have to vote against it. So it just has to be outright conditional on another location being identified for the Arts Center outside of the downtown. Downtown adjacent or outside of.
Okay, so you don't like including outside of the downtown?
No, well, I don't want to be defaulted back to a parking lot by my own wording. I don't want to be tricked into that.
Hey, do you mind if I ask why? I don't think I've understood it.
I think I've explained it to you many times at the Premier's Golf Tournament.
But if we have a parking structure that replaces the spaces, haven't we solved it?
No, I don't think so. I think we've heard from businesses who want to have proximity for their patrons. We already know from the when we redid the downtown from the parking study, people want to park within 15 feet of where they're going, let alone not a block and a half, especially with residents who have accessibility issues. And businesses want their patrons to be able to park as close as they can, not as much as 15 feet. But I know previous parking studies have showed us that. So the loss of the 4th Street, when I look back to that 4th Street parking lot that we sold, that was a big mistake looking back. But for me, I will not support it if there's a parking lot location in there. And if I can't get mollified that that staff or whoever consultant can go away and ignore my request to look for other locations, and we don't get anything back, and then I have to default to a parking lot, I'm not going to be very happy.
So just so I understand, what you're saying is that where there's existing parking lots, they have to stay because patrons would potentially have to walk further if those particular lots weren't there right now, like in the future.
Yeah.
Okay. CEO Skinner?
Thank you. I wonder if, and I'm not sure this is financially viable, but I think it may be worth the review, and through you to Councillor Jeffrey. If a parking was incorporated within the center, within an arts center or below an arts center, that would accommodate the patrons and the day-to-day parking, so parking that would be removed, as well as patrons at an arts center, in addition to looking at other locations, could that work? It really is a matter of money. Like, we looked at about the 19 million, I believe, in the original study, what it was for a much larger center at the time.
Yeah, it is definitely, through you, Mayor Hamlin, it is definitely about that money. You just ostensibly add 21 million to the cost of the arts.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, through you and to Councillor Jeffrey, it could be, and that may be the outcome. But if the wording was clear, there may be options to incorporate either within the building, or with a smaller footprint, potentially to have less costs, or to look at offsets for those costs based on parking fees. So you'd be looking at what could be covered by the amount of use, without changing the fees from what people pay to park today in a downtown parking lot. So I was just trying to maybe not shut the door on that type of option, should you consider it palatable in conjunction with other options that might exist in the broader community. Thank you.
I'm liking this. Now it all has to do with how much it would cost, and it's going to feed into when we look at what will this project cost, will we have enough money to do it? But yeah, go ahead.
So, and then the other thing, Mayor Hamlin, is that we end up spending parking money to replace spaces we already own and already have operational. So why would we spend the money twice? Because we could take that 18 million, put it into level parking beside the Eddie Bush, and have even more parking if we put the Arts Center outside of the downtown.
Not sure. You know what? I'll just say I'm not sure. I'm just following that logic, but
Oh, for sure. Can I'll attempt to, Mary Helen,
Yeah.
if you like. All right. So we have a parking lot and we own it and it has 74 spots. You put an art center on it and you pay 21 million to keep 74 spots. We could have used that 21 million to go to the Eddy or somewhere for level parking and have the 74 plus an art center somewhere else, plus level parking for even more in the downtown. That's kind of where I'm going with my parking vision.
okay. I think where I didn't quite follow is I don't think we'd end up with 74 spots. Maybe we'd end up with 300 spots. And maybe it doesn't cost 21 million. To me, that's sort of the question in all of this. Go ahead.
Thank you. We don't even know without investigating what parking options could evolve downtown. So, I mean, you're
Mary Hamlin.
You're implying that.
I think she's speaking.
I'm going to withdraw my amendment.
Period.
So there's no to speak
She's going to withdraw her amendment.
And I'm voting against the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
May I respond to the withdrawal?
Yeah.
I think that the notion of looking at parking and the problem of the potential problem of parking when you use up one lot, I think it's worth considering. I think it's worth looking into. But I don't think that it's a reason to not approve this entire project before you've even looked at it. You know, and with all respect, Councillor Jeffrey, and you know I love you like a sister, but that's not in keeping with the direction of the new downtown master plan study. The downtown master plan study is trying to get away from cars and get more pedestrian focused. And what you're suggesting is the priority is still cars, in my view.
Respond. Thank you, Mary Hamlin.
Sure.
So again, I will say that you're not making it pedestrian friendly when you bring in a 600-seat facility requiring a minimum of 300 cars a night driving through into the downtown on a regional business plan where people aren't bicycling to the theater or walking to the theater because it's a regional business plan. So in my mind, it's not interchangeable. Oxymoron.
I think these are, I just want to say, I think these numbers are a bit, you know, we haven't done a parking study yet for the theater. And, you know, I can say last night I went to a performance at the church. Anyway, that's another story. They had to turn off the air conditioning so we could hear the choir. It wasn't pleasant. And I could say a lot of people walked, including myself. But anyway, I wanted to suggest, because the clerk has suggested, Councillor Dory, if you wanted to further amend your motion to contemplate parking, you know, incorporate parking into this. Yeah, or location or what, you know. Can that person just take their phone out, please? Take it out into the hall. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not sure I see the reason to defer.
No, not defer. To incorporate some component as to parking, or maybe I can try and think of something.
Has the clerk been writing while I've been talking? Because I'm seeing parking study in here. I don't think it was there before.
Yeah, it was there.
Okay. So does that not satisfy Councillor Jeffrey?
No, not yet. Councillor Ring?
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. Agreeing with what Council.
Can someone help him with his phone? I think phones are challenging at the best of times.
Councillor
We'll just wait till
Jeffrey is mentioning, and we're talking about, okay, well, we replace them, and then I'm not gonna, because I apparently I've said it more than once, and nobody's going to listen, that we need more than what we already have. So it's not.
Yeah, no, I think we all agree with that.
But what I'm saying is location. That parking lot, we remove that parking lot with an art center. There is no public parking from 3rd Street north to the grain terminals after that. And we're all talking about focusing all down on the waterfront, this and that word. And I think Councillor Jeffrey just mentioned it more than once that we're anticipating this art center to be a regional facility. So people are going to come out of town and in not bring cars. Like, I mean, we're promoting it to have the 600 seats because we're going to bring all these people into town. It doesn't make sense. We have an email. We're talking about all the correspondence we got, but we've only talked about the ones that were in favor of the Arts Center being there. But I've got an email, and I think everybody else has, from a chiropractor that's down there, and I brought it up at the committee of the whole meeting. There's a chiropractor down there that says that he has no parking as it is now, and what he does, they use that 48 St. Marie Street to park for his business. Take that away, he's got absolutely no parking for employees or his people that need his service. And he said some of them are disabled, and so what do? Put them out of business?
Well, I think that's why I've certainly been adamant, and I've heard everyone around this table be adamant, that we have to replace the parking before any construction was starting, right? You can't, I also have to share, we own a couple of parking lots downtown. These are very valuable sites, and they will get developed one day with parking in them. And as much as we might sit here today and say we can't see it, this is what will happen in our future. And I think it's prudent at this point, and I'm happy to pass the chair over to the deputy mayor so I can make amendment to this motion.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, and you go right ahead then.
Thank you. So I'm going to look for some help from our clerk here, but let's see, to enable amendment, amendment, maybe it goes up in so under the whereas, while waiting further guidance for the long-term strategic financial plan, parking study for the downtown, I think, just to clarify that, parking study for the downtown, and the possibility of, parking to be included in the Art Center. And a study to, how do I say that? And a study to review parking in the Arts Center building. Yeah. Waiting for the guys.
It's tough to figure out an amendment.
Okay. And then a parking review. Yeah, that's good. And then we can have a look at, so my motion then, Deputy Mayor, is that that the parking study that's referenced in the whereas clause include review of including parking in the Art Center itself. So we'll have some while the beginning work's going on and these other studies and long-term strategic financial plans going on, we'll also have more information on parking in that. Mhm.
In the building, under the building.
Well, no, with just, I want to, like, it'll be a part of. Because we don't know. Sometimes parking is often included above grade. So we can't prejudge that. Maybe within. Okay, that would be my motion.
So that would be your motion. Before I ask about getting a seconder, is perchance this something that could be looked at by Councillor Doherty as a friendly amendment? And I guess I'd have to turn to the clerk to see if that would be even allowed. Then I can turn to Councillor Doherty. Your consideration?
Yes, thank you. I would, because a parking study is going to examine all of our parking as it exists and opportunities and necessities for expansion. So it will include, a proper study is going to include that anyway. So I do see it as a friendly amendment.
That being said, then, Mayor Hamlin, I think if that's okay, I think I can turn back to you and you can deal with the motion.
Okay.
Hear from the others. I'm not sure how the other.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Does anyone else want to speak to this? Councillor Potts, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. So within that, so obviously, again, we're still talking about 48 St. Marie Street. The only options I could see within for parking would be potentially, so one of them would be underground parking, which I think was eliminated back through MVCA and floodplain stuff initially. And then so the only other option would be going up. So again, I won't support it simply again because of location, but then I also would have concerns of, for parking, then we go up and then now we're into height concerns, which I think is a whole other entity, but just for those reasons, not again, I wouldn't support it.
And what just so I can ask you, what are the height concerns that this would create?
Well, I think if you're going to build a parking garage on the main level, on ground level, you'd certainly have to build the building up, would you not, to accommodate? So again, don't know what those look like, but I'm only looking from a very early vision on that. Did I think there could be potentially some concerns? I don't know. I'm just stating what could be a concern of the adjacent area as well. But again, I'm still holding firm on the 48 St. Marie that I will not support it.
Okay, thank you. Yes, go ahead.
On a different note, Mayor Hamlin, I guess while the long-term financial planning is referred to in the whereas, it's not an operative at all. So there's no longer a correlation between spending the money and then finding out that it doesn't fit with our priorities and then you've spent the money. So I find that this is still not meeting location assurance of affordability in terms of our priorities within the long-term strategic plan. So while it's mentioned there,
this, I think that's a good point. It could be made stronger. So we can move that whereas clause into part of the resolution, Clerk Thomas. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I did want to make note related to the potential for flooding that we do have an updated study now just about to come forward. And as well, there's been some remedial work carried out under NVCA's leadership with the Pretty River. And I do believe that the flooding concerns have been mitigated, if not removed. But I think I wouldn't want someone to make a decision just on that piece because we have to now have updated information. I don't have it at my fingertips, but it's not what it was previously. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Potts?
Yeah, just to follow up to that, was that decision from the MVCA and that just recently? I mean, I'm a little bit concerned that we've been talking about parking and stuff, and now I mean, it just seems we're trying every option to keep going here until we can figure something out. And new information's coming, and new information. I mean, is it like was that a decision that was just literally within the last days?
Well, I think in fairness, too, we haven't been talking about flooding as being an issue for this project through the last few reports from the consultants and staff. It was an old problem, but it's disappeared. But anyway, I'll let our CAO respond to this.
Thank you through the chair. I don't know if Director Alcoca wanted to add anything, but it's not a new finding. It has come forward previously. Thank you.
And just to follow up, certainly appreciate that. However, I think if we've been talking about this location, we've been talking about parking. I mean, potentially could have been some fairly prudent information to have in front of us, not 4 hours into the meeting. Now it's potentially not an issue of floodplain or flood area. I just find that we're just grasping at every potential opportunity and every void. I mean, we got to get to a decision here. So
well, I'll be calling a vote shortly, but I just want to say I don't think anyone's grasping at floodplain. It hasn't been raised as an issue for a very long time. Go ahead, Councillor Ring.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. Why did we not, was that not part of the consideration when we turned that site down after phase 1? That was the preferred site that came from after phase 1, and we turned it down as council after.
Well, I think also that site wasn't big enough. I think that was the main issue that I recall, which led us over to the Pine Street site.
Okay, but what about the parking at that point? There was a concern at parking at that point. We were told, I thought at the time, and I maybe I'm totally wrong, but I agree with what Councillor Potts said. I thought at the time there was a lot of discussion about being in a floodplain and
I think it was raised by someone in the public. I don't remember a staff report on that.
The same person today said that it's an excellent spot.
Well, I think we've heard it's not a floodplain issue.
Okay.
Yeah. Which is why we usually rely on our staff.
I'm still going to have a hard time putting in any parking lot downtown.
Okay, fair enough. Should we just bring this to a vote then? Okay, so we have it in front of us. Let's see. Okay, so we've changed it up a bit. So therefore, be it resolved that Council wishes to continue moving this Arts Centre proposal forward while awaiting further guidance from the long-term strategic financial plan, parking study for the downtown, and high-level MRF costing, and that Council support advancing with a sole focus on fundraising, including a commitment of $420,000 to enable staff to procure the following: project manager for project-specific expertise and oversight, infrastructure advisor, fundraising consultant, and further the downtown parking accommodation study. Include a review of including parking within the Arts Centre. We have a mover and a seconder. Oh, sorry. Yes?
If I could just, as the same as the last vote, if I could ask the clerk for a recorded vote. Thanks.
Okay. Over to you, Clerk Thomas.
Thank you, Your Worship. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please raise your yes cards or your hand. We have 4. Thank you. And all those opposed, please raise your no card or your hands. The motion is defeated.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for everyone who attended here today. That's it on that item.
We could see, but we're going to actually order pizzas. So we could do maybe a couple of these, and this one's going to be deferred completely now. And then we can just, so we start with 11.2.
Okay, but we're going to do the bylaws first. Yes. Okay. All right. So next on the agenda are bylaws. And this is item number 10. I'm looking for a motion that the following bylaws be hereby enacted and passed this 14th day of July, 2025. Bylaw 2025-059 being a bylaw to remove the holding zone symbol for lands addressed as 135 Sanford Fleming Drive. Bylaw number 2025-060 being a bylaw to enact an updated parking bylaw. And bylaw number 2025-061 being a bylaw to amend the noise control bylaw. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Fryer, seconded by Councillor Doherty. Any comments? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. In terms of departmental updates, maybe one day we'll vote to get rid of continuing to hear about MZO, but for today, there's no update. And I'm told that 11.4 is going to be not dealt with today. It'll come back to a future meeting. And so next is 11.2, introduction of the new manager of economic development.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And as part of this operational update, it is with great pleasure that I would like to introduce Council and publicly welcome to the town of Collingwood our new Manager of Economic Development, Prerna Sharma, who's here next to me. Ms. Sharma was a successful candidate in an extremely competitive recruitment process, and she brings a wealth of skills to the town across all of the economic development programs and services that we currently offer, along with a commitment to continuous improvement, relationship building, and innovation. She's a self-motivated, results-driven economic development professional with a community-centric approach to leadership, stakeholder engagement, and strategic partnership development among all of our stakeholders, including government agencies, industry leaders, and the community, as well as organizations represented in our town. Ms. Sharma is committed to fostering a culture of innovation and collaboration through open communication and accountability by bridging the gap between academia and post-secondary institutions to strengthen our workforce. She has spent most of her career in progressively responsible positions within our, what we would call the regional economic development ecosystem within Simcoe County. Most recently, she was the manager of fuel innovation at the City of Orillia, and that is their business accelerator. So to top it all off, and as you'll soon learn, Ms. Sharma is an engaging, open, and lively individual, and she enjoys spending her free time exploring the Southern Georgian Bay area. So Ms. Sharma, who is now officially Manager Sharma, she's been with us for about a month, so go easy on her. She's getting her feet wet and familiarizing herself with Collingwood issues, priorities, and perspectives. She is working out of the Business Development Center, so feel free to drop by and say hello. But she's been in and out within the community, meeting our local business owners and other stakeholders. So Chair, at your concurrence, I would like to provide the opportunity for Manager Sharma to address you directly as Council, and I'm sure she'd be more than pleased to answer any questions that you may have for her at this time.
Well, thank you, and thank you for giving us this opportunity to meet Manager Sharma. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening to all members of council and the public. And thank you, Summer, for the lovely introduction. I wanted to start by saying I'm very happy to be part of Team Collingwood, and I'm looking forward to contributing to the economic vibrancy of this beautiful community. When I talk about economic development, I always like to start by saying that if we consider the municipality as a human body, then economic development and its community partners are the heart that keep it alive and thriving. I'm a passionate community economic developer, and I'm always on the lookout for creative solutions to foster inclusive growth and build resilient and future-ready economies. I like to travel to different cities in the province, across provinces and countries. So when I'm not working in economic development, I like to promote economic development in different communities through supporting visiting local community markets, and also to see how they are solving their challenges and issues, and if there are any best practices that is working in those communities that I could bring back to the community that I'm working in. In the past few weeks, like Summer mentioned, I've had the opportunity to meet our partners at the Business Development Center, several business owners and entrepreneurs in the community, the regional economic development professionals and staff members, and faculty from our post-secondary institutions as well. In the next few months, I'll be diving deeper into several projects, a few of them being the refresh of the Economic Development Action Plan, the implementation of the Tourism Master Plan, the Downtown Tomorrow Master Plan, and making a conscious effort to getting to know the community better. I'm always happy to meet you as a group or individually over Teams or in person at the BDC office next door. If anybody would like to come in and chat about economic development or brainstorm any new ideas for the community. So again, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to introduce myself, and I look forward to contributing to the success of our community.
Yes, Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. I just wanted to say to Manager Sharma, welcome. And it was a pleasure meeting you at the BIA meeting last week. I know the BIA was quite refreshed and excited to have you work alongside is into the future. So welcome to Collingwood and looking forward to crossing paths.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I guess that's it.
Thank you very much.
Were we kind enough? Just wait till next time. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you for coming. Oh. Okay, next up, Supervisor Shaw. We're going to hear on the Collingwood Museum 2024 annual report. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm so pleased to be here to speak to you about some highlights from our 2024 annual report. So I'd like to start just by positioning the museum within the community-based strategic plan. So next slide, please. A lot of what we do falls within Pillar 2, the connected pillar, with our key action being to encourage and support events, festivals, and celebrations that bring people together, foster inclusion, and showcase the richness of our culture, diversity, heritage, and culture. Next slide, please. Within the programs and services for the town of Collingwood, we fall under arts, culture, and heritage. We recognize and strengthen arts, culture, and build heritage within the community. And specifically, we are Service 5.1, the conservation and promotion of heritage and culture. And we achieve this through the museum collection and museum activities. Next slide, please. Our driving document for last year and the years ever since 2020 actually is our museum master plan. We're currently working on a new plan, but this plan is still in effect, with our mission being to be a relevant and engaging resource of Collingwood's heritage and collective memory. Next slide, please. Our vision is that the Collingwood Museum will be an inviting and accessible resource for learning and information sharing, the keeper of the community's stories, and the hub of the heritage sector in Collingwood. We will be relevant and engaging to our community, creating positive and meaningful interactions through collections, programs, and exhibits. Next slide, please. Slide, please. Now, 3 goals have directed us throughout this plan, and they are to become more relevant to our community, become more engaging to our community, and to improve the sustainability measures of the museum's operation and collection. And it's on these 3 goals that I'd like to share some of the highlights from last year and the years preceding. Next slide, please. So with becoming more relevant, one of our objectives is to increase instances of the public accessing or being made aware of the museum and its offerings. And our goal was to increase by 25% within 5 years. So we've actually extended the plan to 2025 just with the interruption of COVID. So in this update, the percent increase you'll see in the far right column is the percentage increase over 2022 through to 2024. So with website interactions, we've experienced a 51% increase and quite a massive increase in 2024. We're almost at 20,000 hits on our webpage. Facebook reaches were up by 34%. Our memberships did take quite a hit during COVID, and our advisory committee has struck a subcommittee to help us promote that program. So we're looking forward to that number increasing. Our email subscribers, which we instituted an email newsletter in 2020, we're up 39% in our subscribers. And our podcast that we initiated in 2021 through the help of a dedicated museum volunteer named Ken, they're up 21% in listens. Next slide, please. Another way to gauge our relevance is people accessing the museum for our gift shop. And we had a goal of increasing our revenue by 50% within 5 years. And you'll see that we're at 73%. And last year, we did have a little bit of dip in sales from 2023, but 2023 was a banner year and 2024 was our second highest. So we're looking forward to seeing that increase as well. And since 2021, we've been recording visitors to the gift shop because not everyone who comes in the museum is there to come for the exhibits. They're here there to interact with staff in different ways and to visit the gift shop. So since we recorded those numbers, we've experienced a 43% increase. Next slide, please. And our final objective for becoming more relevant to our community is to increase instances of the public accessing or being made aware of the museum's resources as measured by a combined total of services. And you'll see that 2020, the numbers for 2020 are not bolded. Those numbers are not included in the average in the percentage increase in the right column, the right-hand column. Research requests are up by 35%, offsite promotions are 52%, and you'll see quite a hike in 2024 from 2023, and that's a result of staff engaging the free traveling exhibit that was set up at Central Park Arena for the month of May. Image requests were 27% higher and from 2019, and then images provided were 21% higher. And another marker that I should highlight is Gaslight Tours selected Night at the Museum as their theme for last year. So that was a really nice way of the community recognizing the relevance of the museum. Next slide, please. Under our second goal, to become more engaging to our community, our first objective is to increase community interaction by 5% annually. And I just want to point to our operating hours. Prior to the start of our plan in 2019, our operating hours were just under 2,500. And during COVID, you'll see 814, 840. For those reasons, those numbers aren't included in our right column. Now, COVID gave us an opportunity to reevaluate how we were operating, and our hours now are actually more in line with our community museum partners. And while there's a 38% decrease in open hours, we're actually seeing the efficiency of our operation. So compared to 2019 with our gallery visitors, we actually exceeded that for 2024, and we're experiencing a 41% per hour more efficient operation. And just like our gallery visitors, building attendance as a whole, we're 59% per hour more efficient than we were. And this allows staff to plan programs that bring people into the community, also offer offer open hours after normal hours. And then ending this is our children's programs. And during COVID, we did a lot of virtual programs, and it was difficult to isolate how many 6 to 12-year-olds we were engaging. So for that reason, they're not included as well. Our program numbers are slowly getting back up. You'll see that 2024 is higher than our baseline in 2019, but it does reflect a -3% increase overall. But now that we have a full-time education programmer, we're really excited to see those numbers go up for 2025. Next slide, please. And just to continue with our program discussion just for a minute, in 2024, we offered 38 affordable 3-hour programs with 567 participants between the ages of 6 and 12. We had a 93% registration rate. We brought in $9,058 in revenue. Our programs are eligible for the Town of Collingwood's Affordable Recreation Program, and these programs were delivered by 2 part-time programming staff members and 2 seasonal staff members. Next slide, please. Our public programs are another key way that we ensure that we're engaging to our community. As I mentioned, we did engage the free traveling exhibit from Science North in Sudbury, and it attracted 1,047 visitors to Central Park Arena, including 420 local students. So that was a free program, and it was very much embraced by the community and well attended. We continued our publication partnerships with Collingwood Today and Escarpment Magazine. We continued to hold special events. This year, we included a Chichimon tour for shipyard workers in honor of the ship's 50th anniversary of being built here in Collingwood. We featured haunted walking tours, our shipyard social, of course, and a book talk featuring the Chichimon and more. We also continued to have on and off-site community collectors events, produced 12 podcast exhibits, and 10 temporary exhibits. Next slide, please. Our final goal to improve sustainability measures of the museum's operations. There's two objectives for this. One is to bring collections management processes up to date. So last year, in honor of the Collingwood Terminal's 95th anniversary, our summer staff member focused on digitizing the Collingwood Terminal's collection that resulted in 270 photographs and objects being added to our online collections database that you can access on your mobile phone or from anywhere in the world. 57 individuals offered items for donation to the museum, and 21 offers, or 37%, met the collecting mandate and were accepted. And just under, 1,119 artifact records were updated in our collections database software, just to ensure that our collection continues to be healthy and we're documenting movement within the space. Next slide, please. And finally, as part of this third goal, we need to ensure that our policies are meeting industry standards. We continue to receive the Community Museum Operating Grant, which totals just under $22,000 each year. And to remain compliant, we created an emergency and disaster plan for the museum to meet these provincial standards. We also received the Young Canada Works grant for 50% of one of our seasonal positions. And of course, our branded merchandise is another way that we are raising funds for the museum, and we launched our Getting Loaded and Unloaded in Collingwood t-shirt, and the picture here shows the community member who submitted the winning slogan there. And those are my updates from 2024, so thank you so much for your time. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Well, thank you so much. I'll just say I have noted, at least, for myself, I cannot believe all the things that you're doing to engage in the community. And they're really fun and wonderful. So thank you for all that you and your team are doing. It's really noticed. Yeah. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And I would say echo that. And from my own direct experience, that Manager Shaw is much too modest, that she's the perfect blend of creativity and evidence-based decisions, not only in her outreach to various media, but certainly the merchandising of those two popular T-shirts has been extraordinary, and her outreach to kids as well. So all around, I think she's been an excellent asset to the town and certainly to the museum. And I'm pleased to be on the advisory board and will help out if, as, and when I can. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
I'm just going to add she's being great in dealing with counselors too, because I ask her questions and it saved me going down the rabbit hole so many times. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I think you're free.
Thanks.
Thanks for staying. Okay, so we're going to take a break now, and we'll reconvene at 6:40. And there. Okay, thank you. everyone's in place, we're going to reconvene our meeting. The next item is our consent agenda at item 12. And the recommendation before us is that council receive the general consent agenda and note that the information and opinions provided in the general consent agenda items are those of the authors and are not verified or approved as being correct. And we have 6 items here. 12.1 is the proclamation for St. John Ambulance Week. The second one is a proclamation for Collingwood's Music Festival Week. The third one is a proclamation for Optimist Day. The fourth one is a package containing 49 letters concerning the Arts Centre. The fifth one is 4 letters concerning pickleball courts. And the fifth one is from Initial S, Firth, re short-term accommodation enforcement. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor McCulloch, seconded by Councillor Perry. Would anyone like to pull any of these? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I don't want to pull, but I just want to say about 12.6. I know it's in reference to Mr. Zavolkovsky's presentation last meeting, but I had the opportunity, and Councillor Ring was there as well, this past weekend at the farmers market. And we were talking about short-term accommodations. So Supervisor Phone was there. I want to really commend staff on this is the second professional agency letter that we've gotten. The first thing they did is said how great staff have been. And I know through their letter, it's addressed to everybody working on this project, which introducing short-term accommodation regulation.
I should have just asked, did you want this item pulled in? Because if there's somebody else, I just want to get everything on the floor first, and then I'll come back to you.
I just want to commend our staff. Okay. I think they're doing a fantastic job.
Well, thank you for saying that. That's awesome. Does anyone want anything pulled here? I'm seeing nothing. Okay, and you finished speaking, so all those in favor? Thank you. That's unanimous. Is there anything for the county report, Deputy Mayor?
I shared with council members a fairly detailed email yesterday, and so I wasn't going to elaborate on anything I presented in that. The one item I was going to ask about through you, if I could, Mayor Hamlin, to Clerk Thomas. We had a little chat about this last week, so I think she's prepared. With the county issuing information in regards to the toolkit as part of a county-wide age-friendly activity calendar, which is one of our county's key deliverables in the age-friendly positive aging strategy. So I had reached out to the clerk and just said, do you need me to do anything? And I thought that what I would do is just ask through you, if I could, for the clerk just to talk about how the municipality works with the county on putting this event calendar out to the public.
I wonder if this is a question for Director Cubitt.
Whatever.
Oh, she's gone. Okay, sorry. Clerk Thomas, do you know anything about this? I do think it's a matter for Director Cubitt, because it's our, it's her department that's involved in the calendar. And you know what, I'm just thinking, I think I did have a discussion with her about it, and some time ago, and I think our staff is quite tied into these age-friendly initiatives, and the county is really pushing these forward through the municipalities, because there's certain things happening in every municipality. And I did look at the calendar recently. I'm not sure there's anything particular here, except perhaps in one of our long-term care homes. But I don't know if that's helpful in her absence.
That's all I have then at this time.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I will share. It was circulated. It is circulated to town staff, and it is a toolkit about information that's helpful to member municipalities. And so Executive Director Peg did receive it as well, and it's been forwarded to our communication staff too on various social media posts that can happen, including calendar components within our website on our calendar. So there is some detailed information that the county shares on their various initiatives. And this most recent one came through last week about the age-friendly activity calendar and getting the word out to our residents. So that is in flight right now.
Okay, thank you. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. And maybe to whether it's the deputy mayor or staff. So obviously I expressed this morning I was a little bit both disappointed and concerned that we were expecting a deputation today from the county given the agenda was full. And I was really hoping that we could get the information back to the BIA and members of the public regarding the Community One Solution group, and also the recycling, any update on recycling, and I know the affordable housing. So I'm just curious to see if there's any possibility that we can get some sort of update before we go on break. So for the next meeting, just given that we're, I think, just trying to understand schedules and stuff, especially for advocating with the homelessness downtown and to the boots on the ground, the group that's been working with them. So I don't know if the deputy mayor's got any insight or staff. Thanks.
I think Clerk Almas can answer that. Go ahead.
Certainly. So we were working with the county representatives regarding the 3 deputations. They indicated, unfortunately, that they're not able to be present on the 28th, but we could get written information that could either go on our consent agenda or be provided to the mayor and deputy mayor or even staff to update under that county council update.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Hamlin, like at the very least, I think just simply we really, and I know from the BAA's perspective, we're really anxious to see the Community One reports and to see what's happening with that, and certainly don't want to see that stall, especially given this time of year as well, as we plan going into the fall. So if there's anything that we can get for the consent agenda, I'll certainly look for it and look forward to pulling it at the next meeting. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for raising that, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And I'm just going to check with council members about the supportive rapid rehousing project. Didn't give any detail, but I did share with you the media article that I thought had some detail. Does anybody feel there needs to be anything else in regards to that before we do have another opportunity to have county come here? So if not, then that's great. I was hoping that was helpful with the reporting back to you on how things have come along.
Well, maybe if any council member has thoughts on that, they could just email the deputy mayor. Okay. All right, so I have a motion here, so I'm turning the chair over to you, Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, and I will turn to you to read your motion in, and then I'll ask for a seconder, and I'll ask if you want to speak first or last. Thank you.
So the recommendation is, whereas Georgian College announced the indefinite closure of the John DePoche South Georgian Bay campus of Georgian College effective September 1, 2025. Whereas the closure of this campus is a significant loss for Collingwood and all communities across Southern Georgian Bay. Whereas Collingwood's community-based strategic plan actions include identifying and addressing current projected skills gaps and enhancing the vibrancy of Georgian College, and our mission includes collaboration and advocacy. Therefore, be it resolved that Council endorse the facilitation of a regional meeting to examine how the community can best lead efforts to restart college programming at the John DePoche South Georgian Bay campus of Georgian College, ideally focused on the needs of local employers.
And do we have a seconder? Councillor Ring. And I will ask if you want to speak first or last.
I'll speak last.
Okay, so I'll turn to Councillor Jeffrey first. And
thank you, Deputy Mayor. I had mentioned this to Mayor Hamlin earlier when she gave notice of the motion. obviously I support anything we can do to help Georgian College, but I think to work around them, I think that this either has to be in partnership or in whatever that the college approves of this, and I think more. I just think the wording isn't really inclusive that they're going to be part of. I think it needs to be the Georgian College leadership needs to partner with us in addressing the regional, because if they're not at the table in a serious way, I don't think we can go around finding solutions to tell them what to do. I think they need to be part of the solution.
Would you like to just comment on that? Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, as I mentioned to Councillor Jeffrey when she raised this with me, before I put this motion on the agenda, I did speak to the president, Weaver of Georgian College, and told him that I was thinking of doing this and would he be supportive of it, and would they have someone from their college participate in such a meeting. And he was very enthusiastic about that and said someone from the college would participate. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Councillor Jeffrey?
No, I just would like to add the words in consultation with or inclusive of leadership or their delegates from the college that would be participating in this, so that whenever whoever's on this committee are talking about it, they have the actual facts and understanding of the financial and business plans of the college while they're coming up with suggestions. That's all. So I think even just two simple words, in consultation, in partnership, inclusive of Georgian College campus leadership, something to that.
Mm-hmm.
I just think having one member on the committee probably isn't enough of a commitment in terms of what we're trying to do here.
Well, I think that'll be their choice, who they want to send to sit on the committee. But I'm more than happy to say inclusive, endorses the facilitation of a regional meeting, which will include, a representative from the college, to the choice of the president or the clerk of
Office. You're nodding, so you're okay with that, and that's just a friendly amendment. So as long as the seconder's okay, he is. Any further? Okay, so I believe Councillor Doherty would like to speak next. Did we take care of that?
We did. I said fully supportive.
Oh, good. Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I just I'm very supportive of this motion, but I just want to add anecdotally that last week I had the opportunity to meet with the president of the Ontario Snow Resorts Association. And I can tell you that one of their concerns is there is a lack of training facilities available for their very specific industry and the very specific types of skills that they need, particularly for operations. They used to offer it at Cumber. They used to offer it at Georgian, and they canceled those programs. There's one left now in Nelson, BC, and that is in danger of being canceled. So all to say, he would be all over a discussion with Georgian that might include the facilitation of a ski resorts operations program. And he also would even be willing to sit on an advisory committee to that effect.
Oh, well, thank you for sharing that.
So I will look to see if anyone else would like to speak. Not seeing anything, and I'm the same. So if you want to add some closing comments.
Yeah, I'll just, my motion's pretty explanatory. A post-secondary institution here is really important to our community, our students, our young people, our employers, and it's worth, I would hope council would support that we do convene a meeting with partners in our surrounding communities too. We could open this up just to see what we can do with this. Thank you.
Thank you. And so on that, I will call the matter to a vote. If everybody's comfortable, they know that made that small change, right? So all in favor? And that would be unanimous. So thank you. And I'll turn back to you, Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you. So the next motion is that council move into committee of the whole session, and I'm looking for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Potts, seconded by Councillor McCulloch. And so we'll just... Oh, yeah, we have to call the vote. Thank you. All those in favor? Okay, looks like everybody.
Just a minute.
So we just need 1 minute, and Chair Potts and I are going to change spots.
Committee will call the committee of the whole meeting to order for July 14th. Before we get into it, we just need a motion to extend by an hour. Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Doherty, and all those in favor? That's unanimous. All right. All right, so we'll start off under staff reports, 15.2.1. So P 2025-20, 7914 Poplar Side Road, which is Summit View Phase 3, zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision. And I will pass this to Manager Ayers.
Thank you and good evening, Chair Potts and members of council. Before committee today are planning applications for a zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision to facilitate a residential development known as Summit View Phase 3. I would note that although the project is called a phase, it is a new plan of subdivision that would ultimately round out the broader recently constructed Summit View neighborhood. The proposal is comprised of 38 semi-detached dwellings and 98 townhouse dwellings and includes a public park block and payment of cash in lieu of parkland, which is intended to be used towards constructing a trail on town-owned lands between Poplar Side Road and Archer Avenue. The proposal would also convey a future development block to the town, which would enable access from a new local road to the adjacent town-owned lands along High Street to facilitate a future affordable housing development. And with your concurrence, Chair Potts, I would turn it over to Senior Planner Teagle to present the report. Thank you.
Go ahead, Senior Planner Teagle. Welcome.
Thank you. So good evening, committee members. So this is a presentation for staff report P 2025-20 regarding a proposed zoning bylaw amendment and plan of subdivision for Summit View Phase 3. Next slide, please. So site context, the subject property is located on the north side of Poplar Side Road and west side of High Street. The existing Summit View subdivision generally wraps around the subject property to the north and west. The property is an L shape and 1.36 hectares or 3.36 acres in area, with approximately 152 meters of frontage on High Street and 182 meters of frontage on Poplar Side Road. The lands are currently vacant, but are being used mostly for agricultural purposes, along with a staging and soil stockpile on the northern portion of the subject lands associated with earlier Summit View phases. Surrounding land uses include to the north residential second density and residential third density exception zones associated with semi-detached and townhouse dwellings within the existing Summit View subdivision. To the west, residential second density and residential second density exception zones associated with single detached dwellings within the existing Summit View subdivision. 2 single detached dwellings on large lots fronting Poplar Side Road, and an approximately 13-meter wide strip of vacant town-owned land intended as a future trail. To the south, Poplar Side Road and lands within Clearview Township that are zoned rural and contain single detached dwellings on large lots. And to the southeast, between the subject lands and the roundabout, residential third density lands owned by the town and 1 single detached dwelling. And lastly, to the east, High Street and residential third density exception zones associated with single detached dwellings in the Mountain Croft subdivision. Next slide, please. So the subject lands are currently designated by the town's 2004 official plan as residential, and more specifically low density on the west side and medium density on the east side. Next slide, please. In terms of existing zoning, the subject lands are currently zoned on the west side, holding 6 residential second density or H6R2, and on the east side, holding 6 residential third density or H6R3. Next slide, please. So the proposed zoning bylaw amendment would rezone the subject lands with the exception of block 40 to be conveyed to the town from the holding 6 residential second density zone and holding 6 residential third density zones as follows. Lands for semi-detached dwellings would be zoned residential second density exception 34, residential second density exception 35, and residential second density exception 36. Lands for townhouse dwellings would be zoned residential third density exception 78 and residential third density exception 79. And then the park block would be zoned recreation. Next slide, please. So the entire property, with the exception of the park block, would also remain subject to the existing holding zone 6, which requires the following prior to removal: the acceptance of a draft approved plan of subdivision and confirmation of adequate and functional municipal services. Next slide, please. So this is the proposed subdivision. The proposed zones would facilitate the proposed subdivision of the subject lands. The subdivision would consist of 45 lots or blocks comprised of lots 1 through 19 for 38 semi-detached dwellings, blocks 20 through 38 for 98 townhouse dwellings, block 39 for public park, block 40 for future development to be conveyed to the town, block 41 for a county road widening to Poplar Side Road, block 42 for a town road widening to High Street, block 43 for 0.3 meter road reserve, and blocks 44 through 45 for 0.3 meter town road reserves and streets A, B, C, and D. Block 40, which is to be conveyed to the town, is adjacent to existing town-owned lands that have Poplar Side Road addresses intended for a future affordable housing development. Block 40 would expand the development potential of these lands and also provide vehicular access to the lands from Street B. Access to the town lands via the proposed subdivision is essential to their future use, as safe vehicular access to the lands cannot be provided from High Street due to the proximity of the Poplar Side Road and High Street roundabout. Next slide, please. So for the zones applicable to the proposed semi-detached dwelling lots, some exceptions are requested. In the R234 zone, so that's lots north of Street B, a maximum lot coverage for a bungalow of 50% and non-bungalow of 45%, so 5% more than the parent zone. In the R235 zone, so lots south of Street B, a maximum lot coverage for bungalows and non-bungalows of 50%, so 5% more for bungalows and 10% more for non-bungalows than the parent zone. And in the R236 zone, which applies only to one corner lot, the same lot coverage as R234, plus a minimum lot frontage of 8 meters, which is 1 meter less than the parent zone and requested due to the geometry of the street. Next slide, please. And for the townhouse dwellings and their related zones, in the R378 zone north of Street B, a maximum lot coverage for bungalows of 50%. This is simply for clarity, as the parent zoning bylaw is silent on lot coverage for bungalow townhouses. In the R379 zone south of Street B, a maximum lot coverage for both bungalows and non-bungalows of 50%. Again, the coverage for bungalows adds clarity, while 5% more than the parent zone is requested for non-bungalows. Across all proposed residential zones, lot coverage reductions north of Street B are consistent with the existing Summit View development. A slightly higher lot coverage is requested south of Street B, specifically for non-bungalows, due to the inclusion of a window street, which I'll describe further in a moment. Next slide, please. So the architectural styles of the future semi-detached dwellings and townhouses is intended to largely be consistent with the existing Summit View development, as shown on the precedent images on the right. Next slide, please. And so earlier I referenced the inclusion of a window street as a driving influence behind smaller lots and a higher lot coverage south of Street B. Staff believe this is the first time that a window street has been proposed in Collingwood, although they are a common feature among subdivisions elsewhere in the province. So a window street is a street parallel to another street without vehicular connection. Typically, as in this case, a window street is a local road, being Street D, parallel to an arterial road, being Poplar Side Road, which enables sight lines into the neighborhood from an arterial street, helps to reduce the perception of density, provides opportunities for active transportation connections, and enhances the streetscape of the arterial street by making front and side elevations of buildings visible from the arterial road rather than fences and rear elevations. Next slide, please. So in terms of changes since the public meeting, an increased width of the window street to meet town development standards. Block 40 changed from recreational or park block lands to be conveyed to the town for future development, being future affordable housing. Removed a redundant walkway connection in the northwest of the site that was essentially close and parallel to Archer Avenue. increase townhouse units by 1, and revise zoning to reflect and implement the subdivision changes. Next slide, please. With regard to public comments, the town received a number of comments from the public in review of these applications. Those include 4 people who provided oral submissions at the public meeting and 7 written submissions, including 1 signed by 7 residents. Comments with concerns related to traffic, tree removals and preservation, desire for inclusion of commercial uses, walkability, construction nuisance, desire for vehicular access to the future affordable housing to not be through the subdivision, green building standards and climate change matters, and desire for a now removed walkway block to remain. How those comments have been addressed are outlined in detail in the report. However, I'd be happy to speak to any of them should committee have further questions. Next slide, please. In terms of proposed draft plan conditions, conditions are required to be fulfilled by the applicant prior to the future subdivision agreement being registered and the development proceeding. Conditions are related to, among other matters, water and wastewater service and capacity allocation, stormwater management, roads and traffic, external works, including a crosswalk over Street B, which is also Mitchell Avenue, Poplar Side Road, and a trail along Poplar Side Road, noise, construction management, and parkland, which would be a combination of land and cash in lieu towards the construction of a trail to the west of the subject lands, and lastly, species at risk. Next slide, please. With regard to technical analysis, a number of studies and reports were reviewed in support of the applications, and the proposal was circulated to internal departments, as well as external agencies for review and comment. Planning Services is satisfied that all concerns related to the proposed zoning bylaw and draft plan of subdivision have been addressed. Next slide, please. Planning Services is recommending approval of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision, as the proposal is consistent and conforms with applicable planning policy and regulatory instruments, including tests of compatibility, contributes to complete communities, extension of the existing built area of town that helps to achieve greenfield density targets, supports infill and intensification of municipally serviced vacant lands, conveyance of land to the town for future affordable housing, enhances connectivity and active transportation networks, and is supported by internal and external review partners. Next slide, please. This slide shows the planning process for the proposal to date. Items 1 through 8 on the left have been completed, and a public meeting was held on March 18th, 2024. We're now at the staff recommendation to committee of the whole stage. Next slide, please. Pending committee's decision today, the staff report would proceed to the next council meeting on July 28th. If approved or refused, a notice of decision would be issued and the appeal period would commence. Upon expiration of the appeal period, the zoning bylaw amendment would come into force and effect, and the draft plan of subdivision would be approved for 3 years. The applicant would then work to fulfill the draft plan conditions and submit future applications for subdivision agreement/registration and an application to remove the holding zone. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I understand Chris Matson is in attendance on behalf of the ownership, and Corey Chisholm is in attendance online as the planning agent for the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, obviously, there's no one in the gallery that wants to speak to this. Clerk Almus, is there anyone online?
Thank you, Chair Potts. We do have a few online. If anyone wishes to address the committee of the whole regarding the staff report, please press the raise your hand feature.
None at this time. I'll read in the recommendation. The staff report P 2025-20 proposed zoning bylaw amendment and draft approval of a plan of subdivision 7914 Poplar Side Road, Summit View Phase 3, dated July 14th, 2025 be received, and that the amending zoning bylaw attached as Appendix A to this report be enacted and passed, and that the draft plan of subdivision file number PLD RPS 2023097, Summit View Phase 3 be approved subject to the draft plan of subdivision drawing and conditions of draft plan approval attached as appendices B and C respectively to this report. If I can get a mover, Councillor Baines, and a seconder, Deputy Mayor Fryer, and I'll open it up to committee for questions and comments. Councillor Baines, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Potts. Through you to Senior Planner Teakle. In regard to the commercial quote considerations, this a hypothetical for you. If the planner or the developer had wanted to put a corner store in, is that permissible currently under our bylaws as per this development application?
So Through the chair to Councillor Baines. So the current zoning and official plan designation on the property wouldn't permit standalone commercial. It wouldn't permit mixed use commercial either as of right. So they would have needed, in addition to the zoning bylaw amendment, an official plan amendment.
Thank you. So even if council wanted it, we'd have to do the same thing.
Yeah, but I might also add to that, just in terms of, since I didn't speak to how the public comments in detail have been addressed, there is the main for the south end air commercial node, of course, is planned at here Ontario and Poplar Side Road. On this site specifically, there is the opportunity, of course, for home occupations. And then on the town lands, if those were to take the form of an apartment building, the current zoning does permit, in association with apartment buildings, some accessory commercial uses on the ground floor.
Thank you. No further questions.
Councillor Wren, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair Potts. Question through you to Senior Planner Teakle. In your presentation, you mentioned that since the public meeting, there's been a few changes, and one of the ones that kind of interested me is the change from Block 40 from recreational to the town for future development, and you've got in brackets affordable housing. How much property is there? How big would that piece of parcel of land be?
Do you want it like in terms of acres is what you're looking for, or hectares?
Would there be able to? I'm thinking about how many, say, affordable housing units could go on that piece of property, or you wouldn't probably know just off the top of your head then.
I don't. Sorry, I'm just looking it up.
I see Director Valentine just have her card there while he's looking for info. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Potts. And as Senior Planner Teakle looks for the detailed information, I just did want to remind Council that through the county's request for municipal lands for affordable rental housing projects, that you recall, we did advance the town-owned lands in this location. They were deferred by the county to phase 3, primarily because of the access challenges. What Block 40 does for us, rather than having it as parkland as originally proposed, it would be dedicated to the town to facilitate access, and whether we could get a few more units or some additional landscaping features, that could also be part of a future proposal. But the main concern was to ensure that we had access, because we do know that due to the location of the roundabout, access off of High Street would not be safe and possible.
Could I have a follow-up?
Sure, absolutely.
But thank you very much, Director Valentine, for that, because that's what I was going to ask, because I know that whole corner parcel of land was offered to the county for the right to use for what we did at Birch Street there. And one of the reasons was exactly what you said, the access onto the street from there. But that's why I was kind of getting at, would it be expected to be used for housing or more of a better route to access that corner lot?
Go ahead, Director Valentine.
Thank you, Chair. As there's no current design, Councillor Ring, for future affordable housing project, it's really open to potential, but this does add us land and security of the availability of access, which gets us one step closer to having these lands potentially reevaluated by the county, or better positioning us for the next call or the next phase.
Thank you. I don't want you don't need to give me an answer now, then, I guess.
I do have it if you're interested.
Okay. Well,
if you want to provide
it's 0.13 hectares.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Deputy Mayor Fryer, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Potts. And one of my goals with having the county here today was I'm very, very pleased with what staff's been able to negotiate with the developer here, specifically because of that parcel. And the general conversations we could have at the staff level at the county about the property, the hindrance was going to be access, and now that's solved in front of us, and if it goes through, then it's going to be great to have. And I'm certainly going to be expecting that if the county comes back with some sort of proposal, it'll be similar to some of the other ones that we've seen, where there is commercial on the bottom and then residential up above, because they very much want to go with mixed use situations going forward. And so the hurdle of access is there, taken care of now. And I do believe that we can see some further conversations with the county now as Director Valentine, they had to defer that until this was all rectified. So I hope to be, it's something that we can be working very, very closely with the county going forward because of the way this is set up now. So thank you.
Any other members of committee wish to speak? Mayor Hamlin, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Potts. Just really briefly, I also like to just say thank you to the owner and to staff for their hard work and pulling this together. It's awesome that we've got this Block 40, and I love the concept of the window streets. It seems like yesterday that what you did with arterial roads is build big fences and have no community viewing into a subdivision, and this is such a big step forward. So anyway, thank you to everyone.
All right, if no other comments or questions, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Thanks. Moving on to 15.2.2 T 2025-11, Statement of Development Charges. And over to you, Treasurer Graham.
Thank you, Chair Potts. I do not have a presentation for this report this evening, as it's a relatively short and straightforward report. This report provides Council with the 2024 year-end summary of development charges and cash in lieu of parkland activity as required under the Development Charges Act and the Planning Act. It confirms all reserve fund activity, including collections, expenditures, interest earned in compliance with legislative requirements. Staff confirmed that all funds were used in accordance with the town's DC bylaw and background study, and that no unauthorized charges were imposed. The annual statements attached as appendices will be made publicly available on the town's website. There are no financial implications. This report is strictly for information and legislative compliance. Appendix A details the balances of the various development charge categories and activities for the year. The beginning balance for all DC reserve funds was $40.5 million. The town collected $4.7 million in DCs in 2024, allocated $1.2 million in interest toward the funds, and spent $11.8 million toward eligible capital and operating projects. The ending balance of all DC reserve funds at December 31st, 2024 is $34.6 million. Appendix B provides detail on the $11.8 million spend, and the notable items include the water treatment plant expansion in the amount of $6.4 million, Carmichael Reservoir Works $2.3 million, and the Summit View Park $1.4 million. Finally, Appendix C details the activities for the Parkland Cash in Lieu, which had an ending balance of $1.3 million at the end of the year. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. And seeing that there's no one in the gallery, and again, I'll just double check with the clerk for anyone online. There's no one online. The recommendation is that staff report T 2025-11, the 2024 statement of a development charge and cash in lieu of parkland reserve funds be received. I'll get a mover and a seconder. Vice Chair Perry, Councillor Jeffrey, and I'll open it up for questions. And Deputy Mayor Fryer, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Potts. And just, I think, a very brief question. When I look at wastewater and it shows the 18 million to start, 20 million at the end, it shows the water treatment plant, or the wastewater treatment plant is having just a small balance. I guess I always thought when I saw the reserve for wastewater that it was about plant expansion too. But so maybe if I could just ask if the treasurer or director could elaborate a little bit on that one. I'm losing it on what that's showing next to nothing for the treatment plant.
Go ahead, Treasurer Graham.
Thank you, Chair Potts. Through you to the Deputy Mayor. You're correct. So the Wastewater, there's two categories now that were introduced in the 2024 DC background study, similar to the water. We did have the old water treatment plant expansion in our old DC background study at around 50 million. We recognized that we needed to increase it, so we had that second reserve fund established. Similarly, we did the same for the wastewater treatment plant. The reason the balance is so low is we're still collecting primarily DCs based on the DC freeze from the 2022 rates. We had very few 2024 DC collections in 2024. It's going to take a couple of years with the new legislation before we actually see these two balances grow.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from committee? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. Should we take a break for 40 minutes? Moving on, 15.2.3. Yeah. Yeah. See, it's my last night as chair, so I'm just, trying to drag it on. Staff report, IN 2025-05, Finley Drive traffic calming and cycling interim improvements. And I'll start with Director Alcoca.
Thank you, Chair Potts. This is a report for Finley Drive between Ontario Street and High Street. For traffic calming and cycling report, we are asking that staff be allowed to proceed with the interim improvements, including installation of pedestrian crossings, additional line painting, additional signage, planters, and the installation of permanent speed humps. And that the future budget of maintenance be increased by $8,000 for 2026 and future years. And I'll turn it to Manager Leal to give a presentation, and then we'll entertain questions after that.
Go ahead, Manager Leal.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council and colleagues. My name is Amber Leal, Manager of Development Engineering. Today, I'll be presenting the highly anticipated recommendations being brought forward through Staff Report 2025-05 Finley Drive Cycling and Traffic Calming Project, which summarizes the proposed interim improvements and next steps. Next slide, please. This project addresses long-standing concerns regarding speeding, pedestrian safety, and cycling connectivity along Finley Drive. The preferred design includes a shared lane configuration with speed humps, sharrows, signage, line painting, and seasonal planters. Implementation is tentatively scheduled for October 2025 and is fully funded within the $150,000 capital budget approved by Council. Next slide, please. Temporary traffic calming was first introduced in 2021, followed by a policy update in 2022 recommending a technical review. EXP Services was retained in 2023 to conduct a feasibility study. Finley Drive is 1.35 kilometers long with 1,900 vehicles per day and 2 elementary schools along the corridor. In 2024, Council approved a speed limit reduction to 30 kilometers an hour. Seasonal traffic calming measures are currently in place but are removed in the winter. And 2 design options were developed by EXP, with the presented option emerging as the recommended solution. Next slide, please. Community engagement was completed for this project in 2023 and included correspondence with residents, school boards, and the general public. Methods included door-to-door notices, school board meetings, and Engage Collingwood website. Feedback was split between these preferring shared lane designs and those supporting dedicated cycling lanes. There was strong consensus on the need for improved safety and traffic calming. There was feedback received on the reluctance of giving up on-street parking. Next slide, please. The recommended design includes a mixed traffic operation with cyclist and on-street parking, sharrows and signage. It includes 4 permanent speed humps and maintains curbside parking. The speed humps will be similar to those that are pictured on the slide. Seasonal planners will be used to visually narrow the roadway and encourage slower speeds. The design balances the needs of cyclists, drivers, and emergency services while aligning with OTM Book 18 and 6 guidelines. Next slide, please. Further to that, as mentioned, the preferred design includes those 4 permanent speed humps at 4 separate evenly spaced locations, a painted center line and ladder style crosswalks, green sharrow markings and the signage to support the shared road use, a pedestrian crossover at Newborn and High Street, and those seasonal planters to enhance the aesthetics. Next slide, please. The new PXO will be installed at Newborn Street as part of this project. You can see from the image on the right-hand side that the ladder style crosswalk paint will be added alongside flashing lights and concrete work to ensure safe landing on either side of the road. High Street and Finley Drive currently has a temporary PXO installed in early 2024 with permanent crossing planned as part of the future High Street widening project. The Hurontario PXO street crossing will need to be further evaluated and included when and if a full intersection signalization project is warranted as development progresses in the vicinity. In the meantime, this project includes a ladder-style crosswalk across Finley from one side to the other, just west of the Hurontario intersection. Next slide. The total capital cost of the improvements showcased within the staff report is $149,319, and it falls within the council-approved $150,000 budget. Of course, these costs are subject to change with the real values received through the procurement processes. It is recommended that an annual operating cost of $8,000 be added to the operational budget for line painting and planter maintenance. In addition, a funding application has been submitted to the Federal Active Transportation Fund to support this project. It is anticipated that staff will hear back in either late summer or early fall on the success of the application. Next slide, please. Procurement will proceed this summer. Construction and installation are scheduled for completion by October 2025. Staff from Development Engineering, Communications, and Customer Service will work on a public education campaign that will accompany the rollout to support awareness and compliance, and the OPP will be engaged to assist with speed enforcement. Next slide, please. This project supports the town's official plan and our community-based strategic plan. It aligns with the 2019 cycling plan, as well as our traffic calming policy. It promotes active transportation and improves safety. The recommended improvements strike a balance between safety and operational needs. Staff will monitor the public feedback and will assess the need for future upgrades. Next steps include procurement, construction, and continued public education. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. There's no one in the gallery. Just confirm that there's anyone online. No one online. I'll read in the recommendation that staff report IN 2025-05 Finley Drive traffic calming and cycling report be received for information, and that staff proceed with the interim improvements, including installation of pedestrian crossings, additional line painting, additional signage, planters, and the installation of permanent speed humps, and that council approves the future addition of $8,000 to the 2026 and future annual operational budgets. I'll get a mover and a seconder. Councillor Doherty, and seconded by Deputy Mayor Fryer. And open up for questions. Vice Chair Perry.
Thank you, Chair Potts. A couple questions and a comment. I read in the motion that it says interim improvements. I'm assuming they're not going to be put in and taken back out again, right? Like, just clarity on that.
To the chair, to the councillor. That is true. They won't be taken out, but staff will be monitoring public feedback. And at that time, we would come back to council and request that they would be removed at that time.
Okay. Go ahead. A couple maybe. Sure. The speed humps, they're permanent. They're not coming out in the winter.
Right.
Perfect. So what about the flower pots or whatever landscaping pots are going to be in? I know there'll be plants in there in the summer. Will the pots be taken out in the winter?
Through the chair to the councillor. We went back and forth on this design, but yes, they will come out in the winter and put back in the spring to support snow clearing operations. Right.
Okay. And the last comment is I'm glad to hear the OPP will be monitoring speed. So that's good to hear. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Doherty, go ahead.
I'm sure that those many advocates on Finley and around our community desiring safer, slower traffic will be delighted to see this. I know I certainly am. Just one, actually, I got two little questions. So we're applying for money, a grant from the Active Transportation Fund. Would that be for capital or would that be for operating or for both? Operating meaning the line painting and whatnot.
Through the chair to the councillor, I'm unsure right now. We'll have to come back.
Okay, well, let's aim for both. And the second, I'm just going to make the observation that, Finley is a long, straight, wide collector road. Portland is a long, straight, wide collector road. I hope as we plan new residential developments that we avoid that kind of design. I think that would be very helpful in naturally slowing traffic.
Okay, Mayor Hamlin.
Yeah, just two quick questions. What was the resolution in the plan for the bikes? Like, is there a separate bike lane, or how was that ultimately resolved in the plan?
Through the chair.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Yeah.
Design consultant recommended two options that would work, and the feedback was split roughly 50-50. And so staff made an executive decision to prioritize all users instead of simply cyclists. So that's how we landed on the preferred recommendation.
And is that the wide sidewalk? I just didn't, can you explain what the preferred
Sorry, the preferred design all works within the existing right of way. So cyclists will be on road with drivers in their respective lanes, with the addition of the traffic calming measures and the sharrows.
Okay, because I have observed when I walked on that street, the kids are mainly on the sidewalks because there's two schools there and lots of cars. So, okay, my next question was of the 4 speed humps. Are they close together in one area through Mr. Chair, or how was it decided where they would be located?
Through the chair. They are evenly spaced throughout the entire 1.3 kilometers along Finley.
Okay, thank you. And so maybe I'll just go back to the bike lanes if I could for one question. So how are we making it safer for the kids biking to school? I guess that's the question I should have asked. Through Chair. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Through the chair. There's always an inherent level of risk when you are retrofitting existing roadways. These designs are, as per OTM Book 18, that are designed for cycling on road. So there is a balance between recommendations and, I suppose, taking children off or taking users off road. Through the cycling plan, this roadway wasn't designated as an off-road cycling facility. And so this is a balance between recommendations for all users.
I see Director Alcoca's got his card up. Go ahead.
If I may add, it is a challenge to balance all of these users, and especially with the presence of schools, we're not expecting the kids to ride on the road and share with the vehicles going to school. We expect them to be on the sidewalk. The calling, and we checked on the Collingwood bylaw for cycling, it is by wheel size, so anything below 18 inches wheel size, they can ride the sidewalk with legally, with no penalties, and any youth and below bike is 16 inches or less. So the expectation is that children going to school will be using the sidewalk. We have a sidewalk 1.5 meters on each side of the road with a row of trees between them and the road. And I think on one side there's also a row of light standards. The shared lane is meant to for commuter cycling or utilitarian cycling. And it's meant really to alert the drivers that this road is shared. So they see the share on the road, they see the signs, and an experienced cycle will be treated as a vehicle, and he can occupy the lane if he wanted to. But the markings there is to ensure that the driver knows that there's a shared lane for cyclists.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Councillor Baines, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you to Manager Liao, the total number, if you know them, of cars both on the north side and the south side, first of all, and secondly, would there be designated painted parking areas to ensure that they're far enough away from either the speed bumps or the planters or whatever in regard to sight lines?
Through the chair to the councillor. I know that the number is 1,900 vehicles per day, but I'd have to pull out the actual details from the technical study. Parked. I don't know that number offhand.
Thank you.
What was your second question?
That there would be painted parking spots to ensure that they're far enough away from what we want them to be far enough away from. So,
through the chair, that's currently not in the design. Other than in specific locations, for example, by the planters locations. So we would put additional line painting near those things to bring the driver's awareness. I also wanted to highlight that we do have a member, Rick Zarzoza from EXP online, a senior traffic and transportation engineer, to answer any of these questions if you wanted to hear from him.
All right, Deputy Mayor Fryer, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Potts. And really, generally, it's all being kind of asked. But in reading the report, as you say, there was options being presented, and the recommendation of staff was to take the shared situation, and I support that. I found the information very helpful to get an understanding of the nuances and trying to decide what's the best way to move forward. And I think the important part of actually what Councillor Perry asked about, it is interim. Like, we are looking at this as the interim measures. You're going to monitor it, and if there's difficulties or concerns or hazards, you'll be letting us know. So I have every comfort. And as I say, it helps me as well when I'm trying to explain to other people in other areas where there's the bike lanes and people are parking their cars there, that I explain that those are properly parked, and it is part of just working with a roadway system that isn't big enough to have single-year use. So again, I found the report very, very helpful in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McCulloch.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Manager Leal. Just going back, the intent of the plan or the study, as I understood it, was to create an active transportation corridor, or to enable that. It seems on closer inspection, there's provision for safe cycling made for children on the sidewalks, not so much for adults on the road. I will admit a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing. I did do some research, and on two measures, it sounded like Sharrows were perhaps not the ideal situation, although I know cost effective and expeditious. But I did see in the documentation quoted that Sharrows are suited to roads with less than 1,000 vehicles per day at speeds at or below 30 kilometers an hour. And I see in the study that was done by the consultant that with traffic calming measures in place, the observed speed limit or speeds of the actual traffic was between 40 and 45 kilometers per hour, which takes it outside the parameters of where Sharrows are recommended. Excuse me, where Sharrows are recommended. So I'm sure there's more to it. That's just my limited research, but I would like to understand, is the priority only to address safety for children, or is it to create a safe bicycling infrastructure for all users? And are my preliminary research numbers correct in that Sharrows are most appropriate for those low volume, low speed situations? Thank you.
So through the chair to the councillor, I would defer the technical response to Rick, who is online and can perhaps answer a little bit more and better.
So Mr. Zarzoza, welcome. And if you could help with the answer, that'd be great. Go ahead.
Good evening, through the chair. With regards to the Sharrows, They are being implemented in accordance with the Ontario Traffic Manual, Book 18, which does not specifically have that guidance with respect to the volumes. The volumes that you have on Finley Drive are in keeping with a local to a minor collector type roadway. And we don't see too much of an issue with mixed traffic use on this roadway. We are making the street safer by identifying it as a cycling route through the use of the sharrows and positioning the cycling activity for the more mature cyclists on the roadway in the middle of the lane so that the drivers will be aware of their presence and be able to drive with care and in accordance with the Highway Traffic Act and the speed limit and whatever rules for passing a cyclist that exist in the HTA.
Any follow-up, Councilor McCulloch?
Thank you, Chair. No further questions. I would just say that as a user of that road, I wouldn't be comfortable putting an inexperienced or young cyclist in a shared environment the way it is at the moment. So I would support the motion as it stands. Thank you.
Councilor Ring, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair Potts. And through you, but I'm not sure whether Manager Liel could answer this when Councillor McCulloch just brought up the point of numbers that you weren't aware of. I thought I read in the report there was 1,900 total cars using that street, but that was both ways. And I thought I read also in the report that it was basically 50-50 both ways. I'm not sure whether Councillor McCulloch's research, was that total vehicles on the road or was that just in one direction? Okay, thank you.
All right, so that answers your question then?
Yeah, but I mean, I was trying to say, when you give the figures of 1,000 cars, I was thinking it is within standard then if it is just traffic going in one direction.
Okay. Manager Liel, you have nothing to add or anything on that matter?
Through the chair, nothing.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Councillor Doherty, go ahead.
Actually, it is a little bit more of a comment. I use the Maple Street bikeway quite regularly, pretty well every day, and it's marked the same as what we're proposing here. In fact, the markings on Findlay are a little bit more visible even than the markings on Maple Street. But I feel as a user, I'm very comfortable using that street. And I do get a sense that motor vehicles have a tendency just to drive slower just because there is a presence of cyclists. So I would be very supportive of these recommendations. And as volume of traffic increases in the future, then perhaps we have to look at some other solution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Ring, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have one more comment, and it's pertaining to the street calming, the speed limits. I would agree that I think the way the layout is, the 4 speed humps on that road within just a little over a kilometer will keep the speed down anyways. I think after people use the same road for a while, they know that they're there, so they just don't drive it near as fast as they would if they weren't there. I know when you use a street quite often, you remember it if you forgot one time and hit them a little bit faster than you want to. So the next time you slow down, I can go to streets in Barrie that I know where they're on in Barrie, and I might not be there for a year, and I still know you got to drive pretty slow on those streets. So I think we'll keep the speed limit down. If anything else doesn't, is those speed humps. I think they're a great idea.
All right. No other questions or comments? I'll just end by saying this is, I think that I'm very supportive. This is great news. So I'll leave it at that, and I'll call all those in favor. And opposed. We got one opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm agreeing.
15.2.4 C 2025-10 alternative voting method for the 2026 election. Clerk Almus, go ahead.
Certainly. I was going to provide a bit of an intro, but I think Becky will have it all captured. Our deputy clerk helped put this report together, and we'll run through the presentation for the committee of the whole.
Go ahead, Deputy Clerk Dahl. Welcome.
Thank you, committee. I'll just wait for my slide deck to come up. We can go to slide 1, please. Thank you. So the Municipal Elections Act requires council to pass a bylaw setting the method and manner of voting by May 1st of each election year. And that date for us is May 1st, 2026. Alternative voting methods can include internet and or telephone voting, vote by mail, electronic count tabulators, or any combination thereof. These alternative voting methods, compared to a traditional polling station with paper ballot voting, can provide enhanced accessibility to voters when casting a ballot, decrease counting errors through manual counting of ballots, increase efficiencies, reduce the time it takes to calculate election results, and confirming the election method sooner will provide us with greater opportunity to secure a reputable vendor, as many vendors have a set capacity that they can support in a municipal election. And that's why we're here so early today, if you're wondering the May 1st date compared to where we are today. Next slide, please. So research and data on voting behavior often support the notion that while voting methods can influence convenience and accessibility, it's not the sole driver for increasing voter turnout. Key considerations in voter turnout include such things as voter engagement, political environment, social and committee factors, and convenience factors, including voting methods. Next slide. In determining the best method to cast a ballot in the 2026 election for the town of Collingwood, it is important to understand the needs of the electorate while upholding the principles of the Municipal Elections Act, which include maintaining the secrecy and confidentiality of the voting process and individual votes, providing an election that is accessible to the voter, providing an election that is fair and non-biased, ensuring the integrity of the process is maintained throughout the election, ensuring the results of the election reflect the votes cast, and ensuring voters and candidates are treated fairly and consistently throughout the election process. Next slide. The town of Collingwood has been using alternative voting methods since 1997, with vote by mail being used in elections held between 1997 to 2014. In 2018, we switched from vote by mail to internet and telephone voting only, with no paper ballot offered at that time. And in 2022, we offered a hybrid internet and paper ballot was used to ensure voting remained available should we experience the same issue that we all experienced in 2018 with the bandwidth capacity issues that we never want to see again. So. The stats for the two voting methods selected in 2022 included 77 voters casting a ballot online and 23 voters casting a ballot using traditional ballot papers. To further assist those voters with mobility or technology issues, mobile voting was offered in the past elections upon request. In 2014 and 2022, an accessible vote casting device was also offered at our advanced polling locations that offered devices such as audio, sip and puff, paddle technology to assist in casting and marked paper ballot. Counting tabulators were used in the previous vote by mail elections and in 2022 to assist with the counting of paper ballots, providing an accurate count of the paper ballots with quick results. Next slide. Since the 2022 municipal and school board election, the Digital Governance Standard Institution Standards Council of Canada has developed standards that offer best practices for election administrators and vendors of election technologies in the areas of online voting, tabulators, and electronic voter list management systems. These were developed in an effort to promote and maintain public trust and provide for continuous improvements in use of technology in elections. Staff will be incorporating these best practices into voter selection criteria when selecting vendors to assist with the deployment of voting methods and technologies in the 2026 election. Pending council's vote here tonight. Next slide. The staff report describes advantages and disadvantages of the different voting methods, including traditional paper ballots, vote by mail, internet voting, telephone voting, and the use of count tabulators for printing of paper ballots. The most notable advantages are those that offer increased accessibility to the ballot while maintaining concerns related to security and voter fraud. While reviewing best practices and experiences from past elections, consistent issues with bandwidth on election day were recognized. Next slide. So although a hybrid election incorporating both internet and paper ballots incurs higher cost, staff believe that the benefits realized from offering both voting methods as demonstrated in 2022 election surpass the financial implications. Staff are recommending online voting and paper ballots counted by vote tabulators for the 2026 election, with online voting offered continuously through the advanced polling session, and 5 advanced polls dates offered at municipal facility for paper ballot voting. Change to this year's recommendation on election day, we're suggesting only paper ballots be offered to address the bandwidth issues experienced in 2018 and 22. A robust communications plan would be developed to ensure voters is fully aware of advanced and election day voting options. And it would also be noted that council may wish to delay making a decision on alternative voting methods until September to provide an opportunity for further public input. Next slide. And just to review the costs a little bit before opening up the floor to discussion, the costs specific to the proposed hybrid voting method are provided on the slide based on 25,000 eligible voters and is approximate only at this time. We do need to go for open market, so I don't want to jeopardize that process with speaking with vendors. Funding can be accounted for in the election reserve for alternative voting options, with money available in our reserve currently to secure vendors in 2025 for the 2026 election. Additional expenses related to the election will be highlighted in the 2026 municipal budget, and these include allocation of funds for staff resources based on service delivery of the municipal election program, advertising, communications, legal, and election and office supplies, with the total cost for the 2026 budget estimated at approximately $180,000. So I look forward to council's decision on voting methods to be utilized in the 2026 election, and I am here to answer any questions you may have.
Right, and Clerk Almus, you have some comments?
Certainly. I just wanted to quickly add, thank you, Chair Potts, that Collingwood has been notoriously high in our voter turnout rates as well. This past election was provincial and municipal lows in election, but Collingwood still fared much higher than the provincial average, which was at 32%. We were almost at 40%, even though we've been in past elections closer to the 55 and even just over, 50% and even slightly above 50%. And I'd also like to just clarify that the bandwidth and the technology issues that we've had in the past with regards to internet voting was at no fault of our internal internet processes. So when we hire vendors or retain the services of third-party vendors, they have the secure systems that require double authenticity to authenticate, maybe is the better way to say it. It's tongue twister at the end of the night, as well as that extra security and protection. So it is on their end, but it has been something. In 2018, we had to delay it for 24 hours. And then in 2022, we delayed it for just 1 hour, just because there was a bit of a delay that was noted. It never shut down completely, but we had that precaution. And regardless, clerks always maintain the ability to impose emergency measures to extend if necessary.
All right, seeing that there's no one in the gallery and I believe there's still no one online, I will read in the recommendation that staff report C 2025-10, 2026 municipal and school board election, alternative voting methods be received, and that council approve the implementation of a hybrid internet and paper ballot voting system with the use of tabulators for the 2026 municipal and school board elections, and that the necessary bylaw to authorize the recommended alternative voting method be brought forward to council for consideration. If I can get a mover and seconder, Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor McCulloch, and I'll open it up. Deputy Mayor Fryer, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Potts. The first question I wanted to ask about was you showed on the one slide the combined cost of municipal and school board election, roughly $180,000. If I remember correctly, the municipality is responsible for the costs of the school board election. Also, if I remember correctly, I saw the clerk nodding, so I'm just going to ask my question. I think we tried to make some contention or overtures towards how that shouldn't be. Did that come to anything, or did it ever get anywhere? Or obviously it's projected that it's not going to change, but I just wondered if the lobbying efforts had any traction.
Clerk Gomes.
Certainly, I believe that was in, thank you through Chair Potts to Deputy Mayor Fryer. I believe that was in an advocacy paper that was sent through, but no, there has not been any success, unfortunately.
So sticking to our situation, I wanted to talk, the one concern I have is the suggested change about ending internet voting the day before. You showed statistically that it's about 77% electronic and 23% paper. I've talked to a lot of people who just have that in them, that they say, I'm voting on election day. And I have a bit of a fear that if we do that, maybe we miss some people who would vote electronically. Now, I can be convinced though. So I know it talks about to avoid any technology disruption. I was involved in the election in 2018 when we did have some problem. We didn't have any problem last election. I just would appreciate your thoughts about the possibility of a technology. I would have thought things would be getting better, and I have every expectation that's the case, and it's going to flow very smoothly. But I may be missing something, and your knowledge on this is something I'd like to hear about on that regard.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, to the Deputy Mayor. We did have some delays in the online voting in 2022 as well. It wasn't a full outage like we experienced in 2018, but it did raise us concern, and that's why we extended voting for an hour that evening. We have less internet voting suppliers than we do. Dominion Voting is no longer doing internet voting, so that means the remaining vendors will have more demand on their systems. So it was a concern that we raised, knowing that we had issues in 2 elections, noting that we have standards now that are best practices that the vendors are fully aware of. There could be improvements with bandwidth that's offered to municipalities as well.
I prefer to hear everybody else speak, and I may want to put an amendment on the floor.
Yeah, go ahead, Clerk Holmes.
Certainly, thank you. Through Chair Potts to the Deputy Mayor's inquiry. I have a little bit of hesitancy as well, but it was proven we're in a working group with other Simcoe County municipalities that the ones using that technology did stop on the day before, and they said it worked out well. However, myself, I have no concerns if we face the pressure of it on election day and we have a glitch again, it's super easy just to extend it, to provide residents with the extra time. So I am not convinced necessarily that we shouldn't consider it, but I think there's a valid point that some people like to vote on election day. So we wouldn't obviously be offended if council would choose to do that, knowing that we have most likely a potential to do a further extension in an emergency circumstance if it occurs.
Mayor Hamlin, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a feeling that it's hard enough to get our electors to understand that there's an election and there's an election day. And then if we take away the day that they're most likely going to vote, it may not end in a good result. So I'm sort of leaning to where the deputy mayor's going on this.
Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I don't know. I think the online has to be so convenient. I don't know why you're leaving it to the last day. You can do it at midnight or 2 in the morning. You can do it from Florida. You can do it from wherever. I have no concerns as long as we advertise enough up front and people are aware that internet voting will close at. I mean, even if you do it noon on the day of the election, then but it's so convenient. I don't know why people would worry about having that last day and that you have to go do a paper one. The biggest input I get and still get continually over every year since each election is people's concern with voter fraud and the security of internet voting within family situations, or how those votes are going out of a household. And it used to be the one they used to have with mail-in ballots too. If it went and people in the household were voting for their children, adult children who were away at school. So anyway, I don't have a concern with it. I just really think as long as we're aware enough that people know.
Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. So I just have one question, and it's with regard to day of paper ballot tabulator. We've just recently had 2 elections where it was all paper and tabulator. In fact, the federal election was all paper, full stop. All to say, I think people may have become a little bit accustomed to going out and voting at a poll. So I'm just wondering, how many polls do we intend to operate on the day of, through you to Deputy Clerk Dahl?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Potts, to Councillor Doherty. We still need to work out the details to that, depending what council's decision is. But I would prefer to have a minimum of 2 if we were just to offer paper ballots. But I see the clerk is not supporting my decision there.
Clerk almost
Certainly, more is always better, but we didn't have any significant lineup. So it'll come down to the cost of staffing and resources available, and we would have to consider a tabulator at another location, or transporting the ballots to go through a tabulator at a central polling location. So as Deputy Clerk noted, we still have to work out some of the logistics on that. But the difference too within the federal and provincial elections is as you can only vote once. So you can be a taxpayer in the town of Collingwood, but not be a resident in the town of Collingwood. So having the additional technology option is a little bit more conducive to increasing the voter turnout for municipal elections.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Ring and then Councillor McCulloch. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair Potts. I would support the recommendation from staff. I know it's people are saying it's a little more convenient to have the online right up to the last minute, and we did have a glitch the last time, but it was only for an hour, and as Clerk Almas said, well, we do have that ability to grant it to go another hour or so. But I know a lot of people didn't know they had an extra hour last election and never voted because they thought it was down and then didn't realize they could vote an hour longer. So did we gain many by extending that hour? I don't know. So I would go with the recommendation of staff.
Thank you. Councillor McCulloch, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to add my 2 cents worth. I think the numbers speak for themselves. If it's 78% of the population chooses to vote online, it's clearly enabling more voting and also allows people who can't access the polling stations for transport or accessibility issues. It enables those people to vote, which seemed to me would counterbalance anybody who's lost by a last minute glitch. So that's where I would lean.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
I'll be the stick in the mud in this. I'm a traditionalist in the sense that I think it's a social event for the community, and most particularly for young people to see their parents and the community coming together, whether it's a school or a religious institution, rather than the silos we have in all our houses of voting on the internet or by phone or whatever. I really think it's great for building citizenship, if you will, and I'll stick to that opinion. But nevertheless, having said that, I support the staff's recommendation in this regard. Thank you.
All right. Any other? Yeah, Mayor Hamlin, go ahead.
My question was with respect to, through you, Chair, that there were some best practices now for online voting in terms of the fraud issue. And do we know what those are? Because I hear too, as Councillor Jeffrey has mentioned, the concerns about the family voting situation where you have ballots coming into one house and not everybody votes. And I just wonder, how do we get around that?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Potts. To Mayor Hamlin. The standards are fairly new. They're a very in-depth, long document. It talks about, measures you can put in place to ensure the securities the vendor is offering are of a certain standard in the IT language world, as well as audit standards to be done on your electronic voting system and to make sure ballots are being cast properly before you open your vote, those types of things. So we would definitely ensure that the vendors that we're bringing on board meet all those best practice requirements.
I know that's where we've gotten most of our voters, and I think in a perfect world, I'd stick with the federal approach. You have to be there to vote, but I don't know. Anyway, that's just.
All right, Deputy Mayor Frere.
Did you want to make any comment for, I am going to put an amendment on too.
No, I'm just going to support the recommendation. No comment.
I would like to propose an amendment to include election day rather than exclude it. Is that okay just to ask for that amendment? And see if I have a seconder, I guess.
We have a seconder for the amendment. Councillor Doherty. So any questions or comments on the amendment? Councillor Jeffrey, you got a question or comment or no? Okay. So in the case of the amendment, everybody understands it. Call the vote on the amendment. All those in favor? And opposed? Is that so three opposed? And then back to the original motion. If there's no more discussion on it, then the motion as it reads as amended. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And I don't believe there's any unregistered deputations at this time. Yes, if I could get a motion to extend for an hour, we won't need it, but Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Doherty, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. 15.4, reports and minutes of other committees and boards. The recommendation that the following minutes of other committees and boards be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Well, I wanted to thank Deputy Clerk Dahl for that as well. I kind of moved on. Thank you for the presentation. So the minutes of the Museum Advisory Committee, June 19th, 2025, and the minutes for the Collingwood Public Library Board, May 22nd, 2025. We get a mover and a seconder. Councillor Bain, seconded by Councillor McCulloch. Any questions or comments in the minutes? See none. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. 15.5, any older deferred business? Seeing nothing. 15.6, other business. I have one item in the forgiveness of time. I'm just looking for a quick update in regards to the status of the lane behind the TD Bank. And I know I've spoke to a couple residents in the last week that I think they have an inquiry through Service Collingwood on the condition. But I did witness myself on the weekend individuals going from the back of the bank to the farmer's market with some near trips, as well as a car kind of bottoming out. So there are some areas that are quite bad. And and I'm just wondering to see if it's been defined whose property and whatnot. So through staff, CAO Skinner.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask, there's two departments involved, and one would be Clerk Almus's department with respect to the requirements for lanes, and then there may be a follow-up from Director Alcoca around paving in general.
All right, go ahead, Clerk Almus.
Thank you. I was preferring the opposite, but to be honest, we are still looking at the ownership issues. It was Director Alcoca's staff have reached out to legal regarding that, because we've done an internal review, and there is methods that we can require property owners to maintain the road if it is in their ownership. But I will have further information by later this week that I can share.
All right, and just before I pass to Director Alcoca, and I'm not sure if it has any relevance, but when you bring up the Simcoe County interactive map, it actually shows in the areas where majority, it looks to be like private property, and I don't know just the way the property lines are. But Director Alcoca, you maybe have some information for me. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair Potts. We struggled with it because we were not sure if it's town-owned or responsibility, and it turns out to be a collection of private properties in the back lanes. And this is where we can't just include in the payment program. We have to go and either through bylaws or through some other means to deal with the separate owners, and hopefully they can agree to do something unified.
No, that's great, and like I guess my concern when I initially seen this was it's a very high pedestrian area, especially every day, but with the farmers market there, it's a clear path, and so and they have not been maintained in quite some time. So thanks for that clarification, Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you. And it's not one of those ones that in terms of safety, that we can do it and then add it to their taxes and collect it later. I mean, that's a long process to try to get that many owners together at the same time to agree to it. Through the clerk.
Go ahead, Clerk Almus.
Certainly. Thank you, through the chair. Most likely what we would undertake is a property standards order. We're looking at various options, but under property standards too, we can issue emergency orders. I ironically was just past that location as well, so I can appreciate the concerns. So now if this has actually been officially confirmed, now we would be right on trying to get that moved forward at ASAP.
Well, that's great. Thank you. There's Director Alcoca, go ahead.
I just wanted to add, to give you perspective, is the cost for paving this, if it was our lane, would be around $50,000. So this is a $50,000 bill that is not our responsibility.
Yeah, okay. No, that's great. Thank you. Right. So we will now go to 15.6.1, election to the chair and vice chair of the Committee of the Whole. And I'll pass this to Clerk Almus.
Thank you, Chair Potts. Before proceeding with the election for the positions of chair and vice chair for the Committee of the Whole, I'll provide a brief overview of the process. I will first call for nominations. Any member may nominate another member or themselves, and a nomination does not require a seconder. And I will confirm with each nominee if they wish to let their name stand immediately following their nomination. I will continue to call for nominations until there's no further nominations on the floor. I will then ask each nominee, in order of the nomination, to briefly explain why they're interested in the position. Nominees have up to 2 minutes if they choose to address their colleagues. After all nominees have spoken, I will call for the vote on the nominees based on the order of nominations received. Each member can vote only once, and I will only be asking for votes in favor of the nominee. Therefore, if you do not wish to vote for that member, please just abstain from voting. The first member receiving a majority vote will be elected. Depending on the number of nominees, if after the first round of voting there is not a majority and the nominee with the lowest votes will be removed, and a second round of voting will occur, or third if required. In the event of a tie of the lowest vote, then as clerk, I will write the names on a piece of paper, and the individual drawn will be eliminated. In the event of a tie for the final appointment, then I as clerk will write the names on a piece of paper, and the individual drawn would be the appointed representative. If only one person is nominated and the nominee accepts, the individual will be acclaimed to the position and no vote is required. So if there's any questions on the process, if not, I will proceed with the nominations. So I have received currently 2 nominations for the position of chair for our committee of the whole. The first nomination received is Councillor Perry. And Councillor Perry, do you still wish your name to stand?
Yes.
My second nomination is Councillor Baines. And at this time, I'd like to ask Councillor Baines if you wish your name to stand for the position of chair.
Yes.
Perfect. And now I'll open the floor to any further nominations for the position of chair. Going once, going twice. I will close nominations. So we have 2 nominees for the position of chair, and based on the first being Councillor Perry, I will allow you up to 2 minutes should you choose to speak to your colleagues to explain why you would like to be chair of committee of the whole for the next 5.5 months.
Thank you, Clerk Almas. No, I don't really have much to say. It certainly won't take up 2 minutes, that's for sure. But if it comes down to a speaking engagement, I'm sure Councillor Baines would probably do me in. But anyway, I just want to thank Mayor Hamlin for coming up with this process. I think it's a great thing to do. It's very good for our personal development as far as being on council. I think it's running like vice chair moves on to chair. I think we've done that since we started this process. So that's all I'm going to say. Good luck to Councillor Baines as well.
Perfect. Thank you, Councillor Perry. So now I'll put it forward to Councillor Baines. And just hold on, I'll set my timer.
Oh my goodness gracious.
You may proceed.
Well, thank you. Unaccustomed as I am, I would just say that to be elected be a wonderful thing. However, I think it's very collegial that we've been here, and quite frankly, it's everyone's turn at some point or another. So if I am not successfully elected tonight, I am not worried at all, and indeed would be willing to quite quickly fall back to vice chair to allow my colleague here that pleasure, if you will. But I don't think anybody should run unopposed, so which is why I ran in. So let the votes fall where they may. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, councillors. So at this time, with the speaking concluded, I will call for the vote on our first nominee. Reminder, each member can only vote once, and I will only be asking for votes in favor of the nominee. So those what you're voting on is that Councillor Perry be hereby appointed as chair of the committee of the whole. All those in favor of Councillor Perry, please raise your card. All right. It looks all right. We have our new chair of our committee of the whole, Councillor Steve Perry. So your term will be effective starting our next council meeting on July 28th. All right.
Thank you.
So now we will open the nominations for the position of vice chair. So I have none to start with. So I will open the floor. Councillor Jeffrey.
I'd like to nominate Councillor Baines.
And do you accept the nomination? Thank you. And do we have any other further nominations for the position of vice chair?
I'll nominate myself because nobody goes unopposed.
Yes.
But I'll still support him. Okay.
I was thinking the same. All right, perfect. Okay. Is there any further nominations for the position of vice chair? Seeing none, we'll start with Councillor Baines. If you want to add anything further, why you would like the position of vice chair.
Elected, please.
Okay. Thank you. Would you like 2 minutes?
Oh, I'm good. Thanks.
All right. I will call for votes for the position of Councillor Baines to act as the vice chair for our committee of the whole. All those in favor, please raise your cards. Perfect. Carry unanimously. Congratulations.
Congratulations to you both, and good luck in the next 6 months. One last item here, 15.7, notice of motions, and it's Deputy Mayor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Potts. And if I could ask Clerk Gomes, at the last meeting, I actually gave a verbal notice of motion. And in my conversation with Clerk Gomes through the course of the last couple of weeks, I felt this was going to be a long meeting, and I was correct about that. It would be better to table an actual official notice of motion today. So not looking to waive. Don't anybody get worried about that. And we have some wording I believe we're going to be able to display, and I'll read it out officially. I'd have to look it up. Oh, sorry. Have you got it? Okay. I can grab it easy enough, but so whereas it is incumbent of Collingwood Council to review governance policies such as annual compensation and composition at least once per term on a timely basis to provide sufficient time for public input and then for staff to take all regulatory steps required for any changes that are implemented. And whereas the 2018 to 22 Council received the Gallagher Report in 2022 and a compensation governance partners, and that's the name that's being inserted for us. And then subsequently implemented changes effective with the 2022 to 26 term of council. And whereas Simcoe County has implemented significant changes to compensation and workload for county councillors, therefore be it resolved that Collingwood Council request a staff report on a timely basis, which will provide the former reports referred to, and in addition, only a summary of any relating details deemed necessary so that an initial governance review can be undertaken, which may determine any further steps that need to be taken, need to and or can be undertaken. So that would be something I will continue to work with Clerk Gomes on the wording and make sure, but I just will say that my intent is to provide information to council with minimal work to staff at this point in time. It very well could be the outcome of the council's majority that we don't do anything, but I think it is something that we should at least bring to the table.
Any other, Councilor Jeffrey, go ahead.
Thank you. I have two, Mr. Chair. So the first one is, whereas Collingwood is an inclusive community that offers a healthy and active lifestyle in a beautiful waterfront setting anchored by responsible government, strong business and nonprofit networks, and an animated downtown. And whereas it is critical to keep our entire town of Collingwood clean of litter and garbage, and whereas it is a goal to champion local, regional, governmental, and multi-sectoral collaboration and advocacy, and whereas Keep Collingwood Clean is an impactful volunteer-based group integral to and committed to keeping Collingwood clean through exceptional initiatives such as the #1 nationally recognized participant in the cigarette waste collection program with TerraCycle. Therefore, be it resolved that Council directs staff to work with Keep Collingwood Clean to investigate Town of Collingwood resources that can be potentially provided, such as, but not limited to, storage for cigarette waste pending shipment, volunteer insurance coverage, and communications for volunteer recruitment, education and awareness campaigns for residents, local businesses, and visitors.
All right.
The second one, Whereas the town of Collingwood is committed within its community-based strategic plan to work with partners to take action on climate change, therefore be it resolved that council direct the payment for 2025 funding to the Collingwood Climate Action Team, CCAT, in the amount of $3,400 for Green Economy South Georgian Bay project funding. I didn't say from where because I think the treasurer will let me know by then. And therefore be it further resolved that council direct the 2026 CCAT funding request in the amount of $5,000 to the 2026 budget process for green economy funding separate from the 2026 council grant program.
Perfect. Any other notice of motions? All right, before I get to the next one, just want to thank council and for the opportunity to chair, and to staff. Thanks for the understanding and everything over the last 6 months and being able to participate in the agenda review. I know it's been a great learning experience. So we'll looking forward to the chair and vice chair, and certainly it's something that I won't forget. So moving forward, 15.8.1, motion to rise from committee of the whole, and the recommendation that council herein rise from committee of the whole and return to the regular council meeting. A mover and a seconder, Councillor Baines, Councillor Ring, and all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Over to you, Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you. It's time for the confirmatory bylaw, which is that bylaw number 2025-062, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular meeting of council held July 14, 2025, be enacted and passed this 14th day of July, 2025. I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Perry, Councillor Doherty seconds that. Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. Looking for an adjournment, and we have Councillor Jeffrey. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you.